How's it going today? This is Melchizedek Yis-RoyAl. I come from one of the 12 tribes of the holy nation called Israel. I am a so-called Hebrew Haitian Yis-RoyAlite, the children of the West Atlantic slave trade into Haiti. I'm born and raised Boston, Massachusetts, though around Dorchester, Roxbury. It's highly populated with Hebrews as well over there. Although right now I'm in Florida, where there was also, Taino, Arawaks and Cherokees and the Seminoles and things out here. So, in today's video, we're going into part 8 about with our video regarding Ahiti in Africa and the African Americans and pretty much Black history. We're gonna dig into true Black history. So, today we're in the 6th day of the 8th month, called Heshvan or Bul in fake Hebrew. We're in the second semester of fall still, and we're also in the second we're also in the second portal in fall, the second gate. We're in the first day of the week. Shabbat went beautiful yesterday. And according to the pagan time, they say it's October 23rd, 2015, and it's technically 12:37 a.m. That they say is Friday, the day Yahusha rose up from the dead. Good Friday, eh? Praise Yah. So let's go ahead and begin our lesson for today. Before we do begin, I do want to read something from Psalms really quick, and I find it very important. So I'm in Psalms chapter 34 verse 1. So I will barak Yahuwah, I will bless Yahuwah at all times, at all times. His praise, Hua Halal, shall continually be in my mouth. Hallelujah. My soul shall make her boast in Yahuwah. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. O magnify Yahuwah with me, and let us exalt his name together. What is his name? Exodus 3:15 in Hebrew, Yahuwah Elohim. So let us exalt his name together. I sought Yahuwah, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. They looked unto him, the truth, and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed, because it was full of light. Orial. So this poor man cried, and Yahuwah heard him and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel Hamalak, the messenger of Yahuwah, the messenger of spirit and truth, which is Yahusha Hamashiach Malak Nu, encampeth round about them that fear him, revere him, respect him, like a mother father, and delivereth them. He saves us. So the angel of Yahuwah encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. O taste and see that Yahuwah is good. Tob, Yahuwah Tob. Barak is the man, benediction reign upon one that trusted in him, that trusted in Yah. O fear Yahuwah, ye his saints, Yis-RoyAl, Yahudah, the Negroes that were taken on the ships, although now all of them. For there is no want to them that fear him. There is no want to them that fear him. Psalms 34 verse 11. Psalms 34 verse 10. The young lions do lack and suffer hunger. They lack truth, and they hungry for truth. But they that seek Yahuwah, but them that seek the truth, you gotta seek for the truth, shall not want any good thing, because they shall have it. Come ye children, hearken unto me, hearken unto the truth in spirit. We are the children. They're not talking to just our children. I will teach you the fear of Yahuwah. The fear of Yahuwah is the beginning of wisdom. The mother, the pistis Sophia. And what man is he that desireth life, and loveth many days, that he may see good? Me. Keep thy tongue from evil, from lying, and thy lips from speaking guile, disguise, code noir, lies. Depart from evil, your racism, all of that stuff, black on black crime. Depart from evil, prostitution, fornication, adultery. Depart from evil, idol worship, whether wood, stone, or paper. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace. Peace is sound mind, and you can't have a sound mind without sound truth. Sound truth, sound mind is peace, shalom, and pursue it. The eyes of Yahuwah. Yahuwah have eyes, he have arms, he have a mouth, he have a tongue, he has words, he has thoughts, visions. Yahuwah has his own spiritual body. Not in the sense of what you define body as. But the eyes of Yahuwah are open upon the righteous, those who are right. And his ears are open unto their cry. So his ears are open unto our cry when we pray to him for help, because we're in a state of distress or whatever we're going through. And whoever put their trust in him and not their weapons and their carnal things will be delivered, because it's the faith that shall bend the weapon. The weapon won't really bend the weapon. Now, I'm not trying to stay strapped, not to stay armed, but you got to stay strapped. Because in these times, if you don't have a weapon to protect yourself from the type of weapon they have today, you will be wiped out. So just prepare to meet your maker like I'm doing, because I don't think I'm gonna necessarily kill yet. Not until the resurrection. So keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace, shalom, not getting stepped on, and pursue peace. So the eyes of Yahuwah are upon the righteous as of that, and his ears are open unto their cry. So Yahuwah has ears as well. So the face of Yahuwah is against and he has a nose. So the face of Yahuwah, the truth, is against them that do evil, those that speak lie, like your pastors and the Christians and the Catholics and the Muslims and the Buddhists and the Hindu. Now they're all joining up for their New World Order, gangbang each other in the butt religion. I'm not with it, and we will not join. We decline the offer. So to cut off, so the face of Yahuwah is against them that do evil, those people I just mentioned, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. Hallelujah. So the righteous cry, and Yahuwah heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. This promise is given to Negroes, because we're the ones being oppressed. We're the ones in trouble. We're the ones called minority. That we're the ones who are Gentiles. That we came from England and Europe, which is, Roman Catholic and the Spanish Christian. We're told that we're nothing. That even Africa were nothing but bums. And that's a freaking damn lie. And Ahiti was not always the way it is. It was turned into that condition by the white man, the white devil, the person giving us trouble, and scriptures trying to let us see subliminally that we are the ones being crushed. And not to fear what they'll say against you, or if they'll imprison you for preaching this truth, which one day will be illegal. You see? And you won't be able to buy or sell without the mark of the devil, which is that chip. And many soldiers are already getting it. Like they're telling them it's for precaution and all that. But they can control them like a remote control for a television or a remote control for a remote control car. Now you're being remotely controlled like an object. God damn it. What's going on? So the righteous cry, and Yahuwah heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. He shall pull me from the fire. Yahuwah is nigh, he's near, unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such be of a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous. We go through a lot. But Yahuwah delivereth him out of them all. He keepeth all his bones. Not one of them is broken, like Yahusha. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. They shall be void of truth, knowledge, comprehension, empathy, sympathy, compassion, love, mercy, comprehension. They're going to be missing all that good stuff. They should have feared Yah and began to accumulate wisdom. So Yahuwah, the Lord, redeemeth the soul of his servants. So he's going to be redeeming our soul. And none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Which means none of us who trust in him and these words will be stupid. So he says in Psalms 35, I'm going to end it on this and we're going to begin our lesson. So plead my cause, O Yahuwah, with them that strive with me. Fight against them that fight against me. Take hold of shield and buckler, my armor, and stand up for mine help. Draw out also the spear. Draw out the spear, the weapon, and stop the way against them that persecute me, the way of wickedness and unrighteousness and godlessness. Draw out also the spear and stop the way against them that persecute me, prosecute me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Ani Yasha. Let them be confounded and put to shame that seek after my soul. Christian, Catholic, Muslim, all them enemies. Let them be turned back and brought to confusion, to Babel, that devise my hurt. Let them be as chaff before the wind, like a nuclear bomb. And let the angel of Yahuwah chase them. Let their way be dark, ignorant, and slippery. And let the angel of the Lord, Hamalak ala Yahuwah, persecute them. Yahusha. For without cause have they hid for me their net in a pit, which without cause they have digged for my soul, for my hurt, malice intent. Let destruction come upon him at unawares. Let destruction falleth upon the government when they are unaware. And let his net that he had hid catch himself. Yes. May he be filled with his Vero 666 RFID chips, the national identification chip. Let destruction come upon them at unawares, and let his net that he hath hid catch himself. And to that very destruction, Hova, let him fall. And my soul shall be joyful in Yahuwah, the Lord. It shall rejoice in his salvation. Yahuwah Yasha. Yasha Yahuwah. Yasha Yah. Yahuwasha. So my soul shall be joyful in Yahuwah. It shall rejoice in Huasha, his salvation. Husha. It shall rejoice in Husha. He is salvation. All my bones shall say, Yahuwah, who is like unto thee, which deliverest the poor from him that is too strong for him? Yeah, the poor and the needy from him that spoileth him. False witnesses did rise up, like Christian, Catholic, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, all that. They laid to my charge things that I knew not. They rewarded me evil for good, to the spoiling of my soul. But as for me, when they were sick, my clothing was sackcloth. I humbled my soul with fasting, and my prayer returned into my own bosom. I behaved myself as though he had been my friend or brother. I bowed down heavily, as one that mourneth for his mother. But in my adversity they rejoiced and gathered themselves together. Yeah, the abjects gathered themselves together against me, against the Negroes, even when we bowed to them and act like we were cool with them, so we wouldn't get whipped. And I knew it not. They did tear me and ceased not. With hypocritical mockers in feasts, like Easter, January or winter, Thanksgiving Day, Roman Valentino Day, birthdays, all that. They gnashed upon me with their teeth. Lord, Adon, how long wilt thou look on? Do something, Father. Get 'em. Rescue my soul from their destructions, their path of ignorance. My darling from the lions. I will give thee thanks in the great congregation, Yahuwah. Hallelujah. I will praise, Halal, thee among much people. Let not them that are my enemies, the white people, the Muslims, rejoice over me. Neither for what they did to us on them ships. Neither let them wink with the eye, like abomination, that hate me without a cause. For they speak not peace, if you listen closely, but they devise deceitful, crafty matters against them that are quiet in the land. Those who don't say nothing about it, which means we're not saying nothing about it. We're like a dog that can't bark, a mute dog. You see? Which is like a dumb dog without that can't bark. Cause dumb mean mute. So, for they speak not peace, but they devise abomination, devise deceitful matters against them that are quiet in the land. Matters. Black lives don't freaking matter. So yeah, they opened their mouth wide against me and said, aha, aha, our eyes had seen it. This thou had seen, O Yahuwah. Keep not silence, O Yahuwah. Be not far from me, Yahuwah. Stir up thyself, O Al Shaddai, and awake to my judgment, Yahushaphat, even unto my cause, Dani Elohim, my God, Ali, and my Lord, Adani. Judge me, Shafati, Dani, O Yahuwah, Ali, according to thy righteousness. Tazadak, Malachizadak, my king is righteous. And let them not rejoice over the Negroes, over me and my people, and possibly the Tainos. Let them not say in their hearts, ah, so would we have it. Let them not say. So let them not say in their hearts and minds, ah, so would we have it. Let them not say, we have swallowed him up. They had killed the Negroes. Don't let them say it, Father. Let them be ashamed, especially for what they did for Haiti, Jamaica, Brazil, South America, the Americas period, the West Indies, which did not belong to them anyway, because it's out of their portion. Let them be ashamed, fill up with blushing red, and brought to confusion, to Bible, together that rejoice at my hurt. May they fall backwards and break their back and their teeth. Let them be clothed with shame, blackness, everlasting darkness, in chains of heavy metal. Get them, Raphael. Fight against them, Michael. Imprison them, Gabriel. Lead us into the future, Oriel. All praise be to Yahuwah Al Shaddai. So let them Christian, Catholic, Muslim, Buddhists be ashamed, because Zeus ain't coming. And brought to confusion, Bible together, that rejoice at my hurt. Let their churches become a place for Satan, so they can leave or stay and be doomed. So let them be clothed with shame and dishonor, especially for what they did. Because the Christians enslaved us at a point, and they're white people I'm talking about, that magnify themselves against me, my people. Let them shout for joy and be glad that favor my righteous cause. Let them shout for joy and be glad that favor my righteous cause. That favor my righteous cause. Righteous cause. My righteous cause. Yeah. Let them say continually, let the Lord be magnified. Let Yahuwah, the Most High Power, be magnified. Yahuwah, which hath pleasure in the prosperity of his servant. And my tongue, the Spirit, shall speak of thy righteousness, the righteous path, and of thy praise. Hallelujah. All the day long. I'm going to pause there for now. Amen. But that was in Psalms chapter 34 and 35. So let's go ahead and begin our lesson for today. Now that we began with that nice warm-up. Let me see how much time that took. Alright, 21 minutes. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and begin for today. So let me make sure everything's on point. Let's go to the yellow. Oh, we read that stuff. Alright. Alright, this right here. So perhaps the greatest agony for the enslaved stem from the knowledge that one could be sold from family and friends at any moment. The greatest agony for the enslaved stem from the knowledge that one could be sold and separated from their friends and family at any moment, like they do today with DSF, child servicing, whatever, the child service and all that, like DCF, Department of Children and Family, and all that stuff. They get you through the welfare and the benefits and the food stamps and all that, because you got to get a birth certificate and social security in order to get that beneficial contractual, conditionalized exchange. It's conditionalized, which means a contract exists somewhere between you and the government today, and this is what's keeping you enslaved. And I know and believe with all my heart and soul that it's that birth certificate and social security number. But the end of you is that mark of the beast, that chip, or that tattoo of Allah, the caliphate. So usually slaves were sold for one of the following reasons. The slave was so troublesome as to undermine the functioning of the plantation. Undermine the functioning of the plantation, like I'm doing right now. The estate was broken up at the death of the slaveholder. An economic downturn forced slaveholders to liquidate their properties. They had to sell their properties. So they considered Negroes property, literally, commodity, asset, valuable, for exchange, for medium of exchange. Or else slaveholders just wanted the slave gone for personal reasons that frequently involve the sexual exploitation of enslaved women. So several 100,000 slaves were thus sold and transported to the lower south in the 19th century. So almost all of them were members of families torn apart by the sale. That's messed up. You see what I'm saying? And the Christians come and tell us to turn the other cheek, put us on that religious bush. So most of them never saw their families ever again. Imagine that. That's traumatizing. And years of that, eventually our people are going through post-traumatic stress. You know what I'm saying? We're going through stress. We've been through a heavy war. We barely survived the damn thing. And we still here. And I'm not going back to being a fucking slave. Straight up. So the enslaved African and African Americans, which were the Israelites, resisted their masters and others in the white community. So we did resist the masters during that time. They don't want you to know that, so they think we were always Christian like. So the enslaved African and African Americans resisted their masters and others in the white community as best as they could, like in Flagler Drive, Lake Worth, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Dorchester, Massachusetts, New York, all that stuff, Queens, all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? They have moved into these places and stuff, man, and changed things up. So as best they could without risking severe punishment or sale of themselves or family members. They'll sell your children, your wife, everything, tear you down. Like you don't even want to live no more on some real stuff. You're already enslaved and you're being whipped and treated bad. You know, the last thing that gives you hope of being alive is that child you just had on the slave plantation. And that wife you just master allowed you to marry. You got a license for it, pretty much, permission, a permit. It's that wife and stuff that, you think about before you die. So when they separate you from her and your children and all that, eventually your psychological health start to deteriorate. They start to kill us from within and separate the families and destroy the families. So that was extremely arduous for us. It was very emotional and nerve-wracking for us. So they still try to do that today. I would gun them down. Literally, I would gun them down. That's justice. If I call police and they seen someone stealing my child and they wouldn't stop, what would the police do? Gun them down. I am the damn police. I am the people. I am an observer. This is my earth. Y'all said let man have dominion. Who the fuck are you to tell me to not arrest a criminal? You know what I'm saying? Who the hell are you to tell me not to gun down the intruder if a police would have done the same? Why wait when I can do it now to protect myself, my people, and my family and what's right? The Christians don't want you to know that. That's why they're sending gun control on people and abrogating guns illegally, breaking their constitutional laws, you know what I'm saying? Breaking their oaths of office, their promises, and causing treason. These people are treasonous, man, and we've exposed it. We've shown it. We tried to go through court to beat it. They freaking discredited us in court. They did not allow us to technically speak for years, and we tried to do things the right way. And Pharaoh still wouldn't listen. So when the Most High come, he's not coming to talk anymore. He's coming to slay. He's coming to kill. He's coming to burn. He's coming to shake up, to stir up. He's not coming to bring peace. He's going to fight against the enemies of those who've been put down for so long. The Negroes, Ahiti, Jamaicans, African Americans, some of the African tribes. I don't know. But we were the ones taking on that ship. So if you're going to use that scripture to justify that, you have to study those Africans that may not be Israelite that was also brought on the ships too. So think about it. So as best they could without risking severe punishment. So perhaps the most common resistance took the form of workplace sabotage. Our people went mayhem on them. Some blacks couldn't take it no more and they snapped. I said snap. Nowadays they won't snap. I said snap. Like the ancestors did, they snapped. Our people won't snap because the enemy then gave them post-traumatic stress, Stockholm syndrome. They love master now. They're domestic house Negro now. They don't need to know their language and who they are no more. They're living well under master's low wage paying jobs, and you still can't get your own damn home and truly pay the damn bill each month and do what you really need to do. Type of niggas just over broke or just out of bed. That's all they want to work for. No one wants to unite to build a community for our own people where it's healthy and it's safe And it glorifies the maker. We're not glorifying Yah right now through this goddamn forsaken system with gays and sodomites and lesbians everywhere like butt cheeks spread. I'm just tired of smelling booty. You know what I'm saying? This whole earth, this whole America smell like booty hole. You know what I'm saying? Like bung hole. All these gays and everything everywhere, and people telling them it's alright. Y'all learned about a little piece of the history of how they got our little brothers, our little children, and our little sisters and our daughters doing that in the first place through slavery and through force and through not being paid. Now they do it as a form of pleasure, a form of art, and a form of dancing and creativity in the clubs, through music, through television, through everything, even the food style. So y'all need to wake up. We don't have much time left, and we're nearly dead and gone, and you don't know it. It's gonna be one last straw that may tip you over the edge, and that's it. And many of us who are enslaved that know the truth, if we can't find people to help us, eventually we're gonna snap too. So be ready. So slaves tried to control the work pace set for them by the masters, so that the least able of their group would not be whipped or sold for falling behind. So we helped each other, took breaks here and there, like people do at work nowadays. Sometimes they'll act like they're doing something but they're not. That's where that psychological behavior comes from. That subconscious behavior. So individuals also try to gum up the works as much as possible. They try to gun it up, do it as much as possible. So this could take the form of setting fire to a barn, walking a horse off a cliff, abusing tools, like messing it up, and animals, like messing up their animals too, or just doing less than careful work, like nah. Man, my ancestors are funny. So frequent was the abuse of work animals by slaves that most planters began using mules rather than horses. So a mule is much stronger than a horse and too stubborn to be forced off a cliff by even the most persistently abusive slave. So this is not to say, however, that slaves did not openly rebel against their masters. And by the way, they had black people, certain black groups in America, probably Moors, that owned other black people, and they did not give them their freedom either. So they couldn't have been brothers. You know, there's other tribes here. So a mule is much stronger. It won't. So yeah. So this is not to say, however, that slaves or Negroes, dark-skinned people, did not openly rebel. So that means we used to rebel. We used to fight. We used to kill these white fuckers. And now we're worshiping one in the fucking building called Jesus and shit. And it's messing up our people and confusing our people and misleading the children young. That junk almost killed me, man. Fuck Christians and Catholics and Muslims and all that. They almost gave me death. Luckily, I studied for myself in his language and found his true name and the truth about who I am and who we are and what the hell's really going on and how much that pictures our enemy Zeus, the Christians who had slaves back then in America. And if you look at movies about history, Christians did own slaves, and I can't believe they even called themselves Christian. Oh no, I cannot fornicate and all that stuff. Shut the hell up. You're holding slaves right now. What you mean you can't fornicate? You might as well go ahead and rape me then. You know what I'm saying? You done kidnapped me from my land. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might as well go ahead. And so these Christians had a lot of slaves on those ships back then, and they talking about, I won't now fornicate. And they raped a lot of us. A lot of us. They didn't look at us as humans. They looked at us like sex toys, Playboy bunnies. You know what I'm saying? Some Betty Boops. Must have bumped your head when you were born. So the history of slavery is filled with slave rebellions. Boom. You used to kill them crackers. Now you loving them, turning cheeks and all that. So that were both organized and spontaneous. So it was organized and is spontaneous, not necessarily over YouTube like this. So nearly 500 accounts have been documented. Wow, nearly 500 accounts have been documented. Slave rebellion, where we fought against our enemy. Haiti was the first one to be successful, and other black continents became successful as well after that. After we had Napoleon had to withdraw his ships out of Haiti, and he had to give up his interest in Louisiana to the U.S. So that caused a lot of anger to them. But remember, Napoleon's from Europe, so the Europeans just took on the whole mission and vision of Napoleon, and now they're pushing it. England's still pushing it, and England already had control over America, so all they had to do was send the command down to America for the heads in America and the leaders and all that stuff. The top heads in America, like the beast with 7 heads, would get the order and rule the 10 horns, the 10 continents. You see that they're at to prepare the world for the United Nations New World Order under Islam and the Roman Catholic, the false pope, the false prophet, and the beast, Islam and Rome. And Rome was the one who brought the whole Christianity thing through the Council of Nicaea. And Christopher Columbus, Christ, he was the one who came and killed all the people, and he was also Spanish and from that area, prolonging that vision, New World Order, a new world. So this ain't George Bush's father's dream. Originally, he got this vision from somewhere and became possessed by that idea. Check out that movie called Inception. But protect yourself, because you might be intercepted mentally, psychologically, energetically, through your emotion, through your thoughts. You never know. Everything affects those facilities within, and they're trying to control those facilities within as if they were sitting in the control booth of our heart and in the seat of our soul, and the ones who see through the timeless eyeglasses of my eyes, the hourglasses of my eyes. So from the very beginnings of slavery, African American, which are Hebrew Israelite captives, tried to overthrow their slave masters on the ships, transporting them from Africa, West Africa. So we tried to overthrow them on the ships too. We fought them while we were here. We told our kids, remember what they did to kill them when we get free. Over time, our children did not do it, and their children did not do it, and we did not fully receive the message as we should, like we are today. So Armageddon, the World War III, is going to be one of race, but not really race, but the Hebrews versus all the enemies on the earth, and whether they know it or not, we are already in it right now. The fight for our life and for our laws stands today. So may Al Shaddai, Emmanuel, be with us just like when he was with us during the time of Jericho. So few succeeded, but many tried. The most famous slave rebellion on the open seas occurred on the board the Spanish schooner La Amistad. So the most famous slave rebellion on the open seas, Admiralty, occurred on board the Spanish schooner La Amistad off the coast of Cuba, because they imported Africans into Cuba as well, Israelites. So the slave ship mistakenly sailed into New York Harbor, and was captured. The crew of a United States frigate. Oh, they must have not know how to navigate on the sea. They should have brought some Moors with them. So the ensuing trial gained international attention, ending in freedom and passage to Sierra Leone for the African mutineers. So among the other slave rebellions that stood out for their daring and national consequences are the following. 1. The uprising in South Carolina in 1526 against the Spanish. Them are not our people. 2. The New York City Rebellion in 1712, New York though now, Yorkshire. So the Stono River Rebellion of slaves near Charleston, South Carolina in 1739. 4. The New York City Uprising of 1741. You can still look up these documents. 5. The Rebellion of Gabriel Poseur in Virginia in 1800, the Virginia Corporation. 6. The Charleston raising of Denmark Versailles in 1822. These are all rebellions. Oh, thou shalt not fight for your life? Then why don't the whites do it? My God is not leprous. No leprosy on his skin. He has melanin, full of rich, good melanin. So 7. The Nat Turner Rebellion in Virginia in 1831. Nat Turner. So and 6. The rebellion at Second Creek in Adams County, Mississippi in 1861, which means a lot of blood was shed. And if the Hebrews didn't win during those times, that would suggest that they all died. It was a suicidal mission. So you must accept that before you go do it. Like being a martyr for the Most High or a suicide bomber. It's the same concept. Islam got it in them. We had it in us. We would fight against them even if it mean death. Some of us will come back alive but bruised up, but many died. If you lived, you're lucky. But once you rebel, you're dead. You're dead. They hung you, they killed you, crucified you. That's where the cross came from. It's a symbol of torture. And it's been persecuting us for so long because they killed our people on it. And that image came from the Canaanite Templars. You know what I'm saying? The children of Cain, the devil. The one that have enmity with Adam and Eve's seed. You see? So we did fight, but we died. That means there's a lot of our ancestors' blood spilt on this land that I sit and stand and speak it upon today. Respect where you're at. So each of these rebellions were brutally put down, but not before spreading fear among the white workers. So this spread fear. So who responded with stricter laws and severe penalties for any hint of rebellion, like in Ferguson, Missouri, Louisiana, as well as in New Orleans today? So in Chicago. So after the Nat Turner Rebellion, much of the South became an armed camp. So after that, the Nat Turner Rebellion, much of the South. That's why there's more racism in the South than up North. And I know that by experience, because up North I never really thought racism exists anymore in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Although, they would make fun of white people up there sometimes because they wear high waters and tight bobo pants and some Payless shoes. They will laugh about things like that. But as far as like, oh, look at that white person, let's go beat him up, I never ever heard that in my life. You know what I'm saying? And plus we knew that we felt white people had privileges anyways. So like we never like bothered them. They don't bother us. They were more afraid of us than us afraid of them on the block. But I didn't know about that stuff for a long time. When I came to Florida, and I met rednecks, the first people I met down here, which these group of people were cool. They weren't really racist to me in the open, but you can tell they're racist based on their tattoos, especially on the wrestling team. And I seen it, but I try to play it off. And I was asleep during that time, so I didn't really say much. I'm like, I'm not racist. So if you want to be racist, that's him. But now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, damn, that was my enemy right there. I'm like, damn. Now I met rednecks and KKKs, and then I met racism down here in Florida. You see? I went to Ahiti, lived there for a year. It was like home. Everyone dark skinned. It felt like family. I didn't feel judged. I felt straight. I felt at home, like you would at Jamaica or anywhere where there's a high population of Negroes. You see? So when I'm from being in these different environments and experiencing these different events in different places, that are in completely different parts of the world, from being all the way up north to all the way down south to being off America, I've realized how much racism still exists. And I did not know it because of the cultural codes. They lock you up in certain places where you can only afford, and they do that based on your race. So if you put that you're black on certain documents, you won't be approved to live in certain locations. If you have a criminal background, through Code Noir, they make certain laws to get you locked up to begin with, or to give you high penalties or punishment that's excessive. Through Code Noirs, they can put, if you have a prison record or a prison background, you can't really get approved to live certain places. You see, or you can't be approved for certain credit or get certain jobs. So that too, through discrimination, automatically puts you in the hood. And if you can't really make money and you can't support your family because they're laying off on jobs, or there's not enough jobs, or they're looking for someone else with like school education, eventually you're segregated and trapped in what we call the hood. So while you live in the hood from the inside the box of the matrix, you think that, hey, this is probably where black people choose to live. It's not true. We're forced to live in them places under Code Noir's cultural codes and a whole bunch of psychological warfare through those applications which you submit like a slave to. Submit. You see? Apply. To apply like lotion to the skin. Y'all gotta wake up, man. Wordplay. Satan's a wordsmith, man. That's why I changed the name and changed certain things in script so you would not receive this light, which shall bust you free. So these people that understood what I understood were rebelling back then, and they were putting head together, mettez ensemble, and they were fighting. Ahiti were the first one to succeed. So slave patrols were stepped up, snitches, infiltrators, all that. When slaves could relatively freely around at night came to an abrupt end. So eventually they gave like curfews and stuff like that. That's where that idea come from too, of curfews. So let me see something. Let me see. There's something I wanted to get real quick. Hold on, let me see. Where are ya? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, this is it. Surprised it. Oh, damn, probably know why. Word up. Thank you, yeah. So, this is the picture of Caesar Bulgaria. This is the person depicted as Jesus Christ in your churches today, which is the abomination that causes desolation, the image of the beast. Yeah, it doesn't look too harmful, right? Like a little bobcat, right? It looks so sweet, huh? Meow, right? Oh, look at the bear. It looked like a teddy bear. Look at the bear. It looks so sweet, right? And then once you get close, that's when you realize that it's a man-eater, right? Yeah, this is what this image is right here. A set-up stumbling block. Jesus Christ is Satan Lucifer. And he's not the only picture of Satan. And it's not necessarily just a picture that causes demonic possession, but it's also the lies behind it. You see that a white man will save black people from trouble. It's a lie. This man would not be able to hide in Egypt when Yahusha from Judea ran into Egypt. You see? And at that time the continent were a little closer, so Israel and Africa were very connected. This man is not of African, of East, West, or any part north and south of it, Africa. This man is the devil of voodoo, witchcraft, sorcery. I can't stand them. So escaping slavery, escaping all this bullshit. So almost from the beginning of slavery in North America, Southern masters struggled to cope with the constant problem of runaway slaves. So we even ran away. So it is impossible to know how many slaves actually ran away because no exact count was ever made. They always killed them sometimes, or they got away. And yeah, there's nowhere to run. And they switched up north and south too on us. And then when we thought we were going north, we were going further south and got caught up even in some more hell. So yeah, they did that to us too. They changed up the cardinal directions names. So south is truly north and north is truly south and all this other stuff. So some historians contend that up to 50,000 African Americans ran away each year of slavery. So it's especially from 1830 to 1860. And in Haiti we had independence during that time. So however, most of these runaways were not attempting to escape slavery by fleeing to free states. Rather, they ran for a variety of reasons, and the vast majorities either returned of their own accord or were captured. Like in the time of Egypt when they got mad at Moses for freeing them from Pharaoh. Like, did you bring us out here to kill us? We need food. We can't eat. We can't drink. We can't do nothing without these people. Like today, they handicapped us. Nukokobe. So the most common motivation for slaves to run was their fear of severe punishments by whipping, like they did to Yahushua HaMashiach, or worse, treatment, like they hung him on a tree and gave him vinegar and gall to drink when he was thirsty, after hours of being beaten and spit upon. By whipping or worse treatment by cruel slave masters and overseers, overlords, supervisors, the one that has the super duper vision. So many runaways were actually trants who ran off to visit wives or husbands, family, and friends on neighboring plantations before returning to face the wrath of their masters. They really wanted to see their family and their children. I hate white people for that. Not all of them. I don't give a damn when I say it the way I say it, though. I hate white people for what they did, man. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. If you think it's general, you're stupid as fuck. If you understand I'm talking about a particular group of shits, then okay, thank you. And I hate the black people too who don't preach this full truth. Especially the Africans or parts of him that enslaved us not only in Africa but also in America. The Moors and things like that, which don't even consider themselves African. They call themselves Arab or some other junk. So others were habitual runaways who left every chance they got to escape. Exactly. Usually because someone had insulted them or affronted their dignity. So again, many of these runaways returned once the slaveholder had calmed down or sent out the word through other slaves that no punishment would occur if the fugitive returned quickly. So they try to act merciful, and people, some of our big soldiers, our big men would return, some of them wouldn't. Some they'll cut their feet, their ear, legs, arms, a hamstring. These people are evil, man. So countless slaves also ran away after being sold in the domestic slave trade, like domestic violence, code noirs, color of law. So these enslaved men and women tried to get back to their families or to connect with any family members who had been sold away from them. Very few ever succeeded in finding their families. Most gave up and returned to the plantations of their owners. That's sad. That's mad sad. Yet some stayed away permanently by joining up with other runaways and so-called maroon colonies, the Taino African mixes in those places. Even in America, there were still Indians here somehow. Although many of them joined the white man eventually too, proving that they're heathen. Probably the Caribs, like California, California, Carifuna. That's what they used to call them. So trying to go to northern free states or just surviving as best they could on their own, frequently trying to get lost among the slaves and free Africans in southern towns and cities like Charleston and New Orleans. And that's why they had stricter code noirs in New Orleans, because of freed men. They called us free-willed men. So although it is impossible to have an accurate profile of the typical runaway slave, historians investigating fugitive advertisements in southern newspapers agree that, so they used to advertise the arrest of us like they do with America's Most Wanted today. And if you look right here to the left in this picture, this is a nigger hunting license for the state of Missouri. I don't know if you want to pause this real quick and look for it, but it says tag good for any nigger, any niggers. It says season opens January 1st, closed December 31st, like their New Year's. That's all pagan. Even their months, the days of their weeks, the names of it, everything. The orders, Saturday's not Shabbat, Sunday's not any holy day. You know what I'm saying? And people aren't using the sun, star, and moon not only to navigate, but to keep track of time and to calculate the days of the weeks, the Shabbats, the feasts, and all that. We've been deprived of our truth, of our history, of who we are. Our galactic conscience, technically, I like to call it. You see what I'm saying? Although I don't believe in that New Age stuff, but I mean our higher way of thinking. We've been brought down to a foolish way of thinking and using our grand almighty power already here now active. So, and our melanin play a role too. It's a mark of the children of Yah. So they had to buy these licenses to hunt niggers and kill niggers. They give the sex, eye, all that stuff, hair, height, like they describe you in with the police today. You know what I'm saying? Got a black male individual, looks roughly 6 feet tall, running with another black Negro. You know what I'm saying? So they used to hunt us, like hunting season, like Shilly Rabbit, that dude Elmer Fudd and Bugs Bunny. They were hunting not for rabbits. I don't think they had rabbit hunting season like that. It was nigger hunting season like that. You see? Elmer Fudd is a racist. Ain't he from the South? That cartoon old as hell, man. So although it is impossible to have an accurate profile of the typical runaway slave, historians investigating fugitive advertisements in southern newspapers agrees that, except in urban centers like New Orleans and Charleston, 80 to 90% of the runaways were males. The women barely get away. They have them chained up to a bed. That's why some women like it like that, you know, and they're being spanked and whipped while getting, smashed in, hair pulled, choked. That's why women like that junk now. It's stupid to me. What's his name, man? That guy, Kevin Gates, horrible, filthy, dirty dog. Kevin Gates, a dirty dog. That man, he's very foul and disrespectful to our women, man. You see, like, men like that make me want to bust head open. You know what I'm saying? Like, they make us men, real men, look bad, to the point the women need to be with what she's used to and can't be with a man that she's not used to. You see? Our people are cursed. That's all I can say. We're stuck. We're in a predicament. What we want, we don't want. And what we need, we don't want. We want what we want, what we don't need. Think about it, man. What do we need? A sense of self. A sense of knowingness. A sense of connection to all that is. Not just the universe and spiritually, but this earth that you are born and raised from. You see? some knowingness about what's going on. That's what matters. Unless Yah curse you to focus on things that are inconvenient. So very few children were among the runaways. So perhaps only around 2%. So the male runaways were also young, single men in the main. So they were single because they had no child or woman to worry about. So usually in their mid-20s, and represented every type of occupation in slavery, field hands, skilled artisans, and horse and house servants. So these were the different jobs that they had us doing, like housekeeping and being a nurse, a taxi driver, servant, serving others. We still in servile positions as Haitians, Negroes, black people. Yo, this stuff is bothering me. Yo. No wonder they didn't want us to know. Or the history don't matter, or his color don't matter, or the name don't really matter. It's all about what's in your heart. Praise Jesus. So if it don't matter about the name, why you're yelling out a name you haven't studied? You know what I'm saying? Yo, y'all niggas are stupid as fuck. And they know who I'm talking about. Them Christians, them Catholics. They stupid as fuck. They weren't born that way though. They were conditioned that way, molded into that. Clay that don't know is clay, so it take on the shape of his molder. Whitewash. So usually the runaways made their attempted escapes in the summer months, because it's not that cold and we love the hotness because we come from a hot country. So having fled, these young, unmarried men had to elude slave patrols and bounty hunters, as well as local informants, snitches, tattletales. Some were black, many were black. So every town in the South erected special jails to house captured runaways. So every town in the South erected special jails to house captured runaways. And every newspaper carried numerous ads identifying fugitives. They dirty your name through the news in their newspaper, through record. In great detail as to their physical descriptions such as color, size, gender, age, and physical markings, as well as their attitude. Yeah, they take note of that. Psychological behavior while you're locked up, and they do it for your job too. They ask your sex, your age, your race. You know, and are you a citizen of the United States? Are you a slave of their corporation, their ship? And your signature, endorsement, and boom, they can use you. That's all it takes to get a job, right? Just signing out some few things, and it usually ends with your signature and yes, okay, see you then. Don't it? Yeah, contract. You made a contract with Satan. So newspapers also ran ads listing those slaves recently captured and confined in jail. Like runaway children. Delinquents, they call it. Juvenile delinquents. So if the slave's owner did not take up a captured slave within a short period of time, the runaway would be sold in a public auction, like unclaimed property. So among the thousands of runaways were those who tried to escape from slavery by fleeing to free states, Canada, Mexico, or the British West Indies. So no one knows how many slaves escaped. Historians suggest that at least 1,000 may have made it to freedom each year in the 1840s and 1850s. At least 1,000 may have made it to freedom each year because no one ever heard of them ever again. Dead, missing, nothing. So a lot of Negroes were missing for a while. There's a blackout in history. This is probably that gap in between the Old and New Testament. So although we can't be sure, analysis of slave runaway ads in newspapers suggests that fewer than 10% of runaways were headed north in the opinions of their owners. So sample studies indicate that around 75% of these fugitives were refugees, were never captured. 75%. So most of these fugitives fled from border states such as Maryland, Virginia, Missouri, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Expect some action to be happening in these locations about police and so-called dark people. They keep calling us black. So others used the Mississippi River to escape by going downriver in the 1820s prior to the steamboat, and upriver after 1830. That's awesome. So still others escaped by boarding coastal trade ships bound north or to the West Indies. So Frederick Douglass was one of the most famous of these fugitives. Beginning in the 1850s, Southern slaveholders as well as Northern slave abolitionists referred to the escape routes used by the runaways as part of a system of well-traveled trails and safe houses along the way to freedom. Safe houses and all that. So our people were out there. They were awake during that time too, trying to preserve what they can preserve and survive as best as they can in this ratchet American soil we don't belong on. So because the railroad captured the imagination of Americans as the technological wonder of the age, these loosely organized and haphazard escape routes and the support system runaways used became known as the Underground Railroad. And we used to escape through them, and we had created them. So after a while, the symbolic meaning of this network of safe houses, contact points, and operators was more important than its reality. So Southern slaveholders used the term Underground Railroad to shore up their defenses and demand a stringently enforced fugitive slave law, which became part of the Compromise of 1850. So Northern abolitionists also boasted of its success, like they said in scripture, in freeing slaves and demonstrating to the world the underlying thirst for freedom and courage that its passengers and operatives exhibited. So Northern abolitionists boasted of its success in freeing slaves. So anti-slavery societies and groups frequently presented runaways and the free African Americans, the freed Hebrew Israelites, who assisted them at meetings and events where they detailed the horrors of slavery for enraptured, angry audiences. So that, like the videos of like certain slaves that talked to interviewers, white interviewers, which were interested in our pain and struggle, which were curious about what we had to say. So they interviewed a lot of our people like Harriet Tubman and things like that, Anna Rose and things like that. They interviewed them to get their input about it so they can share it to the other white people or black people around the world who are against that. So some of this stuff were being broadcast on radios, people were being killed, people were being slaughtered, things were, being hushed down, you know what I'm saying? And now today you barely hear about these things on radio, media, or anything, because they are now completely submissive to the laws and codes of Satan, code noirs, secrecy codes and all that stuff. They're bound in secrecy, like John F. Kennedy said, that got killed for exposing parts of that secret, and was getting ready to expose more. So like, now we gotta, kill this dude. So obviously Satan is here on earth, and he don't want us to know a particular thing, not about the earth or the world and all that other stuff. That's distraction, but about ourselves. About ourselves. And about where we truly come from and how we truly were. That's part of ourselves. They don't want us to know ourselves. Crucify the self. So Northern abolitionists also boasted of his success in freeing slaves and demonstrating to the world the underlying thirst for freedom and courage that his passengers and operatives exhibited. So anti-slavery societies, yeah, that's true, because in the North I felt no racism at all. Down here, I do, even from blacks. That's sad. So that's Stockholm Syndrome. The South is taking a little while to get with the program, but now the South, which is the only part of nature left, is turning industrialized like the North, and that's a threat now to life. How are we gonna survive with buildings? Does buildings give oxygen like the chlorophyll on the green leaf of a tree? No, buildings cannot replace trees. And buildings of glass or of concrete or whatever cannot replace trees that give oxygen. So, and clean our oxygen. Carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide or something like that. So Northern abolitionists also boasted of his success. So we read that. So the Underground Railroad operated principally in the Upper South and the North. So the Upper South would be like North Carolina and North, whatever. South Carolina would be considered the South, so there was still slavery there compared to North Carolina. And also there was no slavery in the North necessarily, although there was on the hush-hush. And most of the fugitives who made it to the North escaped on their own. So once outside of the South, however, they probably took them months to walk to where they're going, running, walking, no food, nothing. So once outside of the South, that's why we're a skinny race, and they're fat, gluttonous people. So once outside of the South, however, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of individuals assisted the runaways to avoid capture and to make it to Canada. So this network was managed, operated, and principally funded by African Americans rather than by whites. So we had money, we were able to do certain things. So although whites, they destroyed all that infrastructure, all that's destroyed, we don't have none of these things no more. Although we do, in certain isolated and remote places. Contact me at godlivesinOurHeart@hotmail.com. Let's link up. So this network was managed, operated, and principally funded by African Americans rather than by whites, although whites also did participate in small numbers. So working class African Americans provided clothing, food, and shelter, while wealthier Northern African Americans offered legal help, money, publicity, and important contacts with anti-slavery societies and helpful whites. So that's good. So not all white people are bad. So once the escaped African, and by the way, the Irish was one of the first slaves anyway. White slaves. Really bad. So once the escaped African Americans reached the North, they found safe houses and assistance in evading any pursuing slave catchers. So this system of assistance operated most effectively in Ohio, Bohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. So they had safe houses in New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. So fugitive slaves found networks of sanctuary among African American communities that essentially constituted an underground network of committees, stations, and information, and they were free for life during that time of slavery everywhere. And they all assembled like Ahiti did. We need to do these things again. They don't want us to assemble. That's the history behind that and the protests. They don't want us to do these things, to wake the world up. So this network was broad-reaching, and its members used undercover agents in hotels, train stations, and ports to free other Africans. So African American workers in hotels frequented by slave catchers kept track, for example, of their movements and even used the telegram to warn others about their comings and the white man's goings. So perhaps the best organized network operated in Washington, District of Columbia, Washita, District of Columbia, Columbus, where its members helped rescue slaves from Virginia and Maryland, sending them on to Philadelphia or New York with forged certificates of freedom for safe transport to Canada. Wow, we went through a lot. So perhaps the most famous underground agent was Harriet Ross Tubman. Hallelujah. She escaped slavery in 1849 from Maryland, running away upon learning that her master planned to sell her out of state, thus separating her from her husband. So in freedom, Tubman lived for 2 years in Philadelphia before sneaking back to the South in the hope of persuading her husband to join her, only to find that he had remarried. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Her daring trip back to Maryland convinced her that she should help others escape to freedom. It's alright, forget it then. You got remarried, then leave. For the next decade, so they were using marriage to keep a strap, like Lamar Odom and Kanye West, Beyonce. In her case, she was the victim, and things like that. You know, and Chris Brown, victim of Rihanna, and things like that. Because you can tell after Rihanna, Chris Brown never been the same, and you can tell after Jay-Z, Beyonce have never been the same. You can definitely tell after the Kardashians, Kanye West looked dead. And, after, Lamar Odom or whatever with Khloe Kardashian, all this BS, you can tell after her, he been ruined. And that's fresh right now. So, at the date that we're on right now, it's fresh. So, these people are being used by white women, they're being used by sellouts, and they're using marriage and love to keep them a slave. Peace, they say, when there is no peace. So, for the next decade, Tubman returned 19 times to the South, rescuing nearly 300 enslaved men. A woman did that. Women and children. Yo, she did something very heroic. She often dressed as a feeble old woman on purpose, or as an impoverished and mentally demented man. She did that on purpose, so they wouldn't mess with her or want to sleep with her or nothing. She's smart. She's intelligent, pardon my language. So among the people she rescued were her sister and her sister's 2 children, her brother and his wife, and her own parents. Wow. With whom she settled in Auburn, New York. So a fearless fighter, fearless, exempling Yah was with her. She was probably an Israelite. So Tubman helped the white abolitionist John Brown plan his raid on Harper's Ferry, Virginia. So, however, she was prevented from actually participating in the raid by a last-minute illness. Faced with a $400,000 bounty for her capture. Wow, that's like $1 gazillion during that time. Tubman defied all odds again and again. They could not get her, they could not find her. Yah did not allow them to touch her or even behold her presence. And when they held her, probably it was epic. So making her last trip south in 1860. Rest in peace, Harriet Tubman. Frederick Douglass, all these people. These are the real people. To hell with Martin Luther King. So among those who broke for freedom in the American South were African Americans who lived for years with groups of runaway slaves in independent outlaw communities. They were considered maroons. Remember that. So these maroon communities existed everywhere in the Americas, and especially in Jamaican, Suriname, Saint Domingue, and Brazil. So these maroon communities existed everywhere in the Americas. So we were considered maroons, African Indian mix, or just Africans, or or just African. Other than that, the Indians, Taino, we would mix with them here and there sometimes, but they were in Jamaica, the maroons, Suriname, Saint Domingue, which is Haiti, and Dominican Republic, Saint Domingue, and Brazil. That's where our people at. So the term maroon derives from the Spanish word cimarron, and it originally referred to runaway animals that had wandered off farms and plantations. That's where it came from. It referred to runaway animals that had wandered off farms and plantations. So in the American South, these communities, perhaps around 50 in number, were small, mobile, and largely male groups of fugitives who sustained themselves by raiding local plantations and producing their own crops that were hidden away in swamps and marshes. So they had to hide and do all this stuff for survival. Because a dumbass devil. So several factors worked against the existence, however, of large numbers of maroon communities in the South. So few impenetrable wilderness or mountain areas existed to offer refuge and sanctuary, which remind me of Colorado, Denver, Colorado. So Native Americans, there weren't no such thing as no damn Native Americans. There were native Tainos, often worked for whites as slave catchers. Wow. Unless they're talking about the Indian wannabe Native Americans, because there's no history that Taino had enslaved Hebrews, but there may be a chance. It's probably why they got reparations, a casino, and pretty much the 40 acres in a mule thing. And a disproportionately large white population was determined to eliminate any independent African American activity in their midst. So they was determined to eliminate every independent African American activity, religion, language, education, culture, heritage, nationality, everything in their midst. So that's like a denationalization plot, a scheme to denationalize you, unarm you. So equally important, maroon communities in South and Central America and the West Indies were almost always composed of recent arrivals from Africa who tended to run away in groups. So the maroons, some of them were straight up Hebrews, African, some mixed with Taino and all that. So conversely, American-born slaves who ran away tended to act as individuals rather than as groups, possibly reflecting their lack of cultural identity with Africa by the 1830s. So the American-born slaves who ran away tended to act as individuals. It's probably why they asked you that in the paper, individual, like you don't have a culture and all that, rather than as groups, possibly reflecting their lack of cultural identity, Stockholm Syndrome, with Africa by the 1830s. So the Spanish borderlands in Florida and Louisiana and the dismissal swamp area in Virginia and North Carolina proved to be the most hospitable areas for maroon communities of the sort found elsewhere in the Americas, like Little Haiti. So the largest of these communities existed in the dismissal swamp, and it may have numbered 2,000 escaped slaves, and contesting with the British for control of West Florida in the late colonial era. The Spanish offered freedom to escaped English slaves, some who then formed maroon communities in association with Native Americans. So some Native Americans were good, some weren't. Especially the Seminole Indians, like where I'm around right now, like Seminole Ridge, Loxahatchee Boulevard, Coconut Boulevard, all these things. That's the name of the places around where I'm at. So it's funny. So in an area just north of St. Augustine, a haven for runaway slaves known as Gracia Real de Santa Teresa de Mose, thrived and was officially sanctioned by the Spanish from around 1738 to 1765. So in the 19th century, escaped slaves lived and fought alongside the Seminole Indians in the Florida swamps. So them Seminole Indians were also Taino, actually forcing the United States to recognize their independence. Wow. So the Second and Third Seminole Wars ended in the 1850s. So the Second and Third Seminole Wars ended in the 1850s. So the Maroons of Florida were allowed to move with the Seminoles to Oklahoma, rather than be returned to the white slaveholders from whom they have escaped. Wow. So transcending slavery, life beyond the plantation. So many of these industrial slaves lived in southern cities and towns alongside thousands of other enslaved African Americans. It is estimated that over 140,000 enslaved Israelites lived in southern cities in 1860. So 3 urban places contained the lion's share of urban slaves: Charleston, 14,000, New Orleans, 13,000 in the 1860s, and Richmond, 11,699 Africans. That's a lot of people taken from one continent. I'm pretty sure not all were just Israel. So town and city slaves represented slightly more than 8% of the total population in the largest southern cities. So when 1/3 of the people in Charleston, Richmond, and Savannah were slaves on the eve of the Civil War. So these urban slaves worked in almost every type of job available to white workers. They shoveled coal in the iron foundries, worked in flour mills and tobacco factories, ran cotton presses, hauled cargoes for loading ships, drove carriages and wagons, repaired and constructed streets. We did a lot. And worked as skilled carpenters, bricklayers, painters. We created the United States of America. Tailors, barbers, butchers, and blacksmiths. So they ran grocery stalls in the markets, washed clothes and pressed them for pay, worked as crude laborers, doing countless tasks, and did odd jobs for their owners that ranged from shopping, running errands, to supervising children at play. And we did our job great. We created the whole concept of America. More than we know it, our taste is in the system. It's in the whole thing. They couldn't have did it without us. And they declared that the Bible is the foundation of America in their actual statutes at large laws. So for me, this is pieces to the puzzles of what I thought I understood before. This is nuts. So when many of these enslaved African Americans hired themselves out for wages, work for hires, workers worthy of his wages, of his meat, turning over most of the pay to their owners like tax, but also keeping some wages as their earnings, like 1040 income tax, withheld funds they call that. So they are withholding from our wages even then. Nothing's new under the sun. Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. You know what I'm talking about. Whose face is on those dollar bills? What is their skin color? Give unto their family what belonged to them. And may the children of Israel return to their own. Let my Negroes go. So it was in the towns and cities of the slave South, let my peoples go, that the enslaved people found the greatest opportunities for living somewhat beyond slavery. The nature of urban life allowed African Americans to evade partly the ever watchful eyes of owners and white authorities. So secret black meeting places, hidden and safe rooms and corners. So and even all black societies and independent churches for the enslaved sprang up in most southern towns. Even the churches, our black form of churches gave us some spirit. Although we weren't able to talk about certain things and do certain things. So like church did help us out to a degree back then. So did Christianity, unfortunately, in remembering who we are. So, but we're not Christians though. They enslaved us and did not allow us to read that book a long time ago. And King James was the first European or something along that line to translate the Hebrew into English to begin with. And they distributed it throughout all the earth, like in the story of Esther and Mordecai. So, King Ahasuerus and Esther, Queen Esther. So this secret world of the urban slave enabled them to live significantly beyond the world of their masters. Although whites always worried about the extent of freedom allowed to urban slaves, like today, they could do little about it because so many white slave owners profited from hiring their skilled slaves out for pay or needed them to have free access to the city to run errands to support the white household, the domestic house of master. So they gave them licenses and permissions to do certain things. Like today, you need permission to drive your car and to travel in your automobile. That's like traveling in a commercial cargo. You see a commercial wagon, something like that, transporting goods for master. Where's your license? What you mean, where's my license? The fuck you mean, where's my license, nigga? Blah, 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 everyone, blah, 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 blah. Get them out of here. They need to go. What you mean, license? What you mean? Lie. Sense. You sense it? Stop letting them lie to your sense if you have any sense that is common. Sense. Sense this. So urban slaves also mingled easily, if not freely, with the large number of free African Americans who lived in every southern city. Men, women, and children who were either born free or had been freed, emancipated by their owners. So in 1860, approximately 262,000 African Americans, or 6.2% of all Southern African Americans, were free. In 1860. So we didn't fight to get it here. It was kind of given, and we kind of joined them. In Haiti, we threw them off our country, period. Altogether, threw them off. Africa didn't get all of them out. So while the majority lived in rural areas, well, some parts did, by the way. So while the majority lived in rural areas as small farmers and tenants, large numbers lived in the urban South in Maryland. For example, 50% of the African Americans were free in 1860. In Delaware, the percentage of free African Americans was around 92%. In Washington, D.C., nearly 80% of its African American residents were free on the eve of the Civil War. So in general, the free African Americans of the Upper South, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Kentucky were more independent than those of the lower South, except for New Orleans. So in Richmond, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C., free African Americans enjoyed, free Hebrew Israelites enjoyed substantial community association with independent African Americans, churches, schools, and voluntary associations. So we constructed a lot in the system. In their system, though, not in our own. So these free African Americans were also politically active within limits, raising funds to buy family members, secretly, because the Bible says you can redeem a brethren during Jubilee. So secretly assisting runaway African Americans to escape slavery via the Underground Railroad. That's what they called it. And privately supporting abolitionists and anti-slavery speakers, both white and black, and newspapers. So they were trying to get the truth out there. Even whites try to help us. So don't be mad at everybody. Hate wickedness. So in the lower South, free African Americans tended to have closer ties to former white owners and usually lived under the protection and supervision of white guardians by saying, hey, this is mine. You know what I'm saying? When police or something try to mess with them, what you doing here, boy? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yo, this is my slave right here. They're like, oh, okay. Alright, just checking. You know, and they walk away. So they were like guardians. Like they say your mom and dad is on your birth certificate. Someone who just guarding you. For them, like a trustee, a fiduciary. So fewer African American churches or schools were tolerated in the lower South, and most free African Americans there lived in constant fear of being brutalized and even enslaved. So New Orleans was an exception. It held a uniquely free African American community because of the city's French and Spanish heritage, the Creole stuff. Long history of racial mixing, and the property-based power of many of its free African American members. That's why they hit there with a Hurricane Katrina, and even named it after a Negro type of woman. So these, like the Kachina. So these Creole African Americans included a significant number of light-skinned, wealthy men and women who participated fully in a rich African American cultural life that included literary clubs, opera, churches, and the theater. And these are the Creole African Americans, light-skinned ones. So free African Americans and slaves in New Orleans lived in the world far different from the rest of the urban or rural South, although there was no question about the strict limits the law imposed upon enslaved African Americans as property. So many of the South's free African Americans were of mixed racial ancestry, usually having a white father or white grandfather, with approximately 75% in the lower South compared to 35% in the upper South. And this is where they get the Creole from. It's African language mixed with Spanish and Taino in America and other places, French and Haiti and all that. The French and Spanish are the whites, Christian Catholics. So some historians contend, moreover, that larger numbers of the free African Americans in the lower South were the offspring of forced and illicit sexual relations between white owners and their female slaves. So it was not uncommon for white men to free the slave women who had given birth to their children, while sometimes keeping the children enslaved until they reach adulthood, until the age of 18. It's probably where that whole concept came from. So other white fathers waited until their own deaths before freeing their African American families. So that was nice. I'm gonna save that. That's sweet. Rest in peace, you too. So almost all whites looked upon freedom for African Americans as a gift rather than as a right the enslaved earned or deserved as humans. So a relatively small minority of South free African Americans actually owned slaves. So a relatively small minority of South free African Americans, so certain Africans, Hamites, actually owned slaves, Shemites, Hebrews. So usually consisting of their wives and children. A few free African American planters and urban craftsmen and entrepreneurs owned slaves other than members of their families. So in Natchez, Mississippi, for example, the free African American barber William Johnson owned several men and women who worked for him as barbers, field hands, and house slaves. And that's why I see a lot of barbers today. We were able to express ourselves that way and laugh and all that stuff, but we weren't supposed to be cutting our dang hair or cutting off the edges of our head. That's why they allowed it, because it's abominable. The white man does that. Well, that's where the concept comes from. Who told you to hate the roots of your hair? So Johnson used the white town guard to punish his slaves, brought and sold slaves from slave traders, and related publicity to his slaves as any other slave master would. So yeah, some of these black slave owners were worse than barber, like Muslim Moors. Some of the blacks treated blacks worse than the whites, so that got to be taken into consideration. So, but he also secretly taught his slaves to read and write, agonized over their misbehavior, and well understood the precarious of his world. So in the end, although free, Johnson lived in the world where all African Americans were assumed by most whites to be inferior and better off as slaves. So he was prolonging the same vision, like Uncle Ruckus in the boondocks. So in this urban and industrial world, a valuable and vibrant African American underworld grew up, especially in the Upper South and in New Orleans. It was a world far different from that in the rural South, one largely out of sight of white authority. It was a world, that's probably where Mardi Gras and all that stuff come from. So it was a world of complexity and significant animosity, the state of being unacknowledged or unknown for the enslaved, for Israel, became a byword among the nations. So as a result, urban slaves, they keep calling the slaves Slavs, on the eve of the Civil War, were able to live somewhat beyond slavery, perhaps transcending it in ways that mattered greatly in their personal lives, like me today. So let me see where we at right now, how much you got left. Alright, so it's probably 3. 4, okay. It's like 3.5. Not even 3.25. Alright, I'm gonna pause real quick. So yeah, something like that. So I'm gonna pause real quick, y'all. Be right back. Alright, we're gonna continue on. Alright. So fighting to be free, the Civil War. So, when Southern states responded to the election of Abraham Lincoln by forming the Confederate States of America and seceding from the United States, most enslaved and free African Americans knew that slavery lay at the heart of the rebellion. So, most enslaved and free African Americans knew that slavery lay at the heart of the rebellion. So they knew that Southern whites seceded in order to preserve and protect the institution of slavery. So the South was for slavery and the North was not. So white Southerners feared that with Lincoln as president, the anti-slavery forces in the northern states would ram through a constitutional amendment ending slavery, which was the 13th Amendment with 20 sections. So they also feared that Lincoln, the first Republican president, and a man openly opposed to slavery, would appoint anti-slavery judges to federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and this was a threat to their entire institution, their complex, their white supremacist complex. So eventually, 178,000 African Americans served as soldiers during the Civil War. So we even helped these people. And up to 33,000 served in the Navy. 80% of them were former slaves. So ultimately, 166 African American regiments consisting of 145 infantry, 7 cavalry, 12 heavy artillery, 1 light artillery, and 1 regiment of engineers served in the Civil War. So although they fought and died with courage and honor, African American soldiers suffered discrimination both officially and unofficially. So almost all officers in the African American units were whites. Of the 7,200 officers who served in the United States colored troop, only 110 were African Americans. So more than 70 of the 110 were so harassed by their superiors that they resigned their commissions, or even fought with white people there and got gunned down. They called it friendly fire. So African American soldiers were paid less than white soldiers, received unequal medical care, poor equipment and supplies, and worked at digging ditches, latrines, and fortifications instead of fighting and doing all that other stuff. So the white soldiers to be rested and ready for battle. So it was like they were using the blacks to do everything but fight. And our people were trying to be all patriotic and stuff like that and fight for these people's flag, which began to resemble freedom because of the Declaration of Independence. So it was only after African American soldiers we declared independence from slavery. So soldiers refused to accept the unequal pay and what amounted to a pay strike against the federal government. That matters change. Although full equality in pay was more of a promise than a reality for African American soldiers. So it was a promise that was never fulfilled. We needed equipment, we needed shoes, we needed things, to do what we need to do. So still, African American units fought in 39 major battles and in hundreds of minor engagements, skirmishes, and incidents. African Americans helped you declare that independence, white boy. So they gained public acclaim for their heroism in the battles of Port Hudson, Milliken's Bend, Fort Wagner, Fort Pillow, and the final battles on the Virginia front leading to the fall of Petersburg, Virginia, and the Confederate capital. So approximately 3,000 soldiers lost their lives in battle, and another 33,000 died from war-related diseases, a proportion much higher than the disease-caused casualties of white troops. So the high death rate of African American soldiers from diseases stemmed principally from the fact that African American troops were often assigned to the least healthy posts, such as guarding river fortifications or doing fatigue labor in swamps and marshy areas. The United States military is wicked as hell. So African American soldiers also confronted an angry reaction from Confederate soldiers that made their duty in the field especially dangerous. For the most part, Confederate soldiers treated African American soldiers as runaway slaves to be executed when captured or else sold into slavery. A Confederate soldier. Now if you look right here in Obadiah, real quick, just in chapter 1, I'm going to just run through it real quick, this little part. Don't worry. Obadiah. Hold on one sec. It's over here near the ends. Hosea. Jonah. Alright, Micah. Okay, I'm close by it. Hold on 1 second, loves. So Confederate soldiers treated African soldiers as runaway slaves to be executed when captured or else sold into slavery. That's messed up. So even while we're helping them fight for freedom, they were still discriminating against us. So technically we declared our independence because of us helping them fight the South, and we abolished our primal slave masters. So come on, where you at, baby? Hold on 1 second, loves. Alright, hold on 1 sec. That's nuts. Alright, here it is. So in the book of Obadiah, in the King James Bible, in the Tanakh, first New Testament. So Yahuwah said right here in verse 4, actually in verse 3, the pride of thine heart had deceived thee, you that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, the Caucasus mountain, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nests among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith Yahuwah. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how wert thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they have enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? So how were the things of Esau searched out, the white man? How were his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy Confederate soldiers treated African soldiers as runaway slaves. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee, slavery. There is none understanding in him, in the white people. So, verse 10, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob, the Negroes, shame shall cover thee, they shall blush red, and thou shalt be cut off forever, white people. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots, rolled dice upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Yehuda in the day of their destruction. Neither should thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity, the West Atlantic slave trade, the Saharan slave trade. Yeah, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance, because you stole our gold and silver in our land, in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his trafficking us that did remain in the day of distress. For the day of Yahuwah is near upon all the heathen, the Goyim, upon everyone who's not Israelite, Negro. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. You're going into slavery, white man, and shall be cut off from the face of the earth eventually one day. Thy reward shall return upon thine own head. Yeah, the bounty hunters, all them, shall be upon your own head. For as ye have drunk up my holy mountain, sucked up all of Ahiti and Africa and all these places, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Drink wrath. Yeah, they shall drink and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. They shall be extinct, permanently extinct from off the face of existence. But upon Mount Zion, the mountain of Zion, Yis-RoyAl, shall be deliverance. And there shall be holiness, setting apart, being different, set apart, solitary. And the house of Jacob, Yis-RoyAl, shall possess their possessions. Our enemies shall be our slaves. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for Yahuwah had spoken it. And they of the south shall possess the mount of Esau, and they of the plain the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, West Bank Palestine, and the fields of Samaria, the Negroes shall take it all. And Benjamin shall possess Gilead. And the captivity of this host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, the white people. So in the captivity, the slavery of this host of the children of Israel, of this large amount of Negroes, shall possess that of the Canaanites, the white people. And even unto Zarephath, in the captivity of Yehushalayim, a slavery, which is in Sepharad, shall possess the cities of the south. And saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the mount of Esau. Saviors shall come up from Mount Zion. Saviors shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the mount of Esau, to judge them. And the kingdom shall be Yahuwah's, not the Greece or Egyptian or Medes Persian or Rome or none of that. Not even Babylon or Iraq or Iran or Mecca or Rome or anything like that. But Yahuwah's kingdom shall be done on earth as it is in heaven. 11:44 a.m., 144,000 saved by his name, which we rest in. Yahuwah. Yah exists. Emmanuel Shaddai. So the great Most High is with us. So the great African-American leader Frederick Douglass demanded that President Lincoln take actions to prevent the summary execution of captured African-American soldiers by threatening to stop his recruitment efforts. Because Frederick Douglass was, helping President Lincoln to recruit us. But at the same time, these white men were making summary executions of captured African Americans while they were helping them fight. They were executing us by threatening. So Frederick Douglass threatened to stop being used to recruit the Negroes. So they use Negroes to recruit Negroes, and you do this on commercials. Join our troops, support our troops. Those were never our troops, as in Negroes and white people's troop as one. That's their troops. Like Napoleon's troops, we were not blended in with them fighting against Haiti. Haiti was fighting against Napoleon, not joining Napoleon. So the Americans here, the Negroes here, were joining Napoleon technically against his fight, in his fight against Napoleon, white against white, because they were fighting there for their independence from England. So England is the mother of all this hell, of all what's going on, and they're coming back for their investments in property and cattle and everything. And because I don't think they agreed with emancipating Negroes in America, like they were doing in England, enslaving them under the magistrate. So the president announced that for every African soldier killed or sold into slavery, a rebel prisoner would be executed or put to hard labor. So yet Lincoln's order did not end the execution or enslavement of captured African American soldiers. So it did not stop nothing, and they hate Lincoln for what he did. So partly because he never carried it out. He never carried it out. Like Obama, promises never kept. So he never enforced it strictly. He had slaves too, like King James. So no Confederate prisoners were ever executed under the policy. So that he never killed any Confederate prisoners, no whites. So in one of the worst episodes of the war, Confederates under the command of Nathan Bedford Forrest, who later became infamous as a founder of the Ku Klux Klan, which is Nathan Bedford Forrest. And remember, they were fighting against the Bank of England, of Europe, and England was funding them too. This was the cause of all the debt because of all these wars and needing food supply, needing drinks, needing equipment, needing armor, needing guns, needing bullets, needing to feed the soldiers, needing to pay certain soldiers. That's why they try to budget it by recruiting Negroes that would work for little to nothing. That helped them finance their wars and stuff like that, and manage their assets and liabilities with England. But eventually they were not able to fulfill their liabilities to England, so they had to use Americans as collateral for the national debt. So this is where all this comes in to play. So the Ku Klux Klan, the founder of the Ku Klux Klan, which is a Confederate. So in one of the most episodes, that's where the Confederate flag come from. So in one of the most episodes, so the Constitution is racist because it derived from the roots of the Confederate laws and all that. Then eventually became a Constitution. Then it became amended, the amended Constitution amendments. So in one, which should have been the final version, but it's been turned into statutes and federal laws and codes now into something else. It's been done away with, the Constitution technically. But at the same time, it has not been, like the Ten Commandments have not been done away with through fate. You still have to keep the laws and the rules and the commands. So in one of them, even the white people too, the commands to never recognize Negroes as citizens of or members of their corporation or group. So or society, which mean people bound by mutual implications, agreement, mutual beliefs. We're not part of their mutual beliefs. In world domination through slavery and force and unpaid labor, involuntary servitude. So in one of the worst episodes of the war, Confederates under the command of Nathan Bedford Forrest, who later became infamous as a founder of the Ku Klux Klan. By the way, the first Ku Klux Klan too, or an image of that type of thing, was black people. And actually, I think they were gay. They used to wear pink and all this other stuff. But I guess the white man took hold of that and took a hold of the concept of gangs, because we had to gang up against these people and form Ku Klux Klan. Now they're the gang that runs your politics. They run the government. They run the laws that be, legislative, executive, and judicial. And they're discriminating against us through the very system that we're processed through to get paid and to live and eat and shelter and stuff. So racism has hidden itself inside the codes of the law. We call that color of law or code noir. black laws, like calling you black people. Not all black people are from the same place or tribe. Now, some black people didn't like other black people. So labeling as that and labeling as African is like a prejudice generalization of all blacks that are not from the same family or tribe. Some were taken from Shem, some were taken from Ham, while Japhet enlarged himself. So the Ku Klux Klan massacred Union soldiers at Fort Pillow on the Tennessee River on April 12, 1864, giving no quarter, especially to surrendering African American soldiers. So he killed a lot of African American soldiers, he massacred them while we were helping them fight their stupid war. So they were killing blacks. Blacks and whites were fighting even while they were fighting England. This is nuts. Many blood was spilled on this land. So Lincoln refused, however, to carry out his earlier proclamation to execute rebel prisoners, probably understanding that Confederate soldiers would never recognize the legitimacy of African American soldiers regardless. You know? So today they still don't recognize us. They prejudge us through the justice system, especially that where there's no justice. So the place of judgment is filled with wickedness, like Psalms, Proverbs, and Ecclesiastes say. Ain't nothing new under the sun. There's a time for war. So African American sailors also served with distinction in the U.S. Navy during the Civil War. So estimates on the number of African American sailors range from a low of 10,000 to a high of 33,000. So we helped a great significant of whites fight in the Navy, in the military, and as foot soldiers, as engineers. Some of us were put to do like very dirty and hard jobs. We did the dirty work. We got the work done for America. And then they declared their independence in 1776, while we just been emancipated, it seemed, just to go into their businesses and try to get jobs now for pay. So work, the concept of work was built off slavery. We're slaves. Workers are slaves. And we were willing to at least be paid slaves, which we call worker today. You know, and that's why they made just compensation laws and low minimum wage laws, because we used to not get any wages or payment at all. You see? You know? So, and wages are earned income. You know what I'm saying? That's why they deduct from it through income tax as a form of tribute and homage to the Federal Reserve beast, which is from England, the bar, British Admiralty regulations. They regulating you still like product and inventory and stock on a shelf. You know what I'm talking about? Put you in labels and categories and titles, you know? And they prejudiciously and discriminatively generalize us all as black when we're not all from the same place, you see? So Haitian, Jamaican, African, American, all that stuff is a veil. It's a veil, color of law. It's a mask to make people not know who is behind the mask, who the person truly is, like the whitewash of Jesus Christ, which is Yahushua HaMashiach in the African American, in the African Hebrew Israelite history. We're from Northeast Africa, East Africa, North and South, Northern tribe and Southern tribe. So the exact number is uncertain because the Navy did not classify sailors by race, you see? So now we're being classified or put in classes like social security numbers into numbers and groups like cattle. And the first number in your social security card number on the front, the first three numbers is an area number. The second two numbers is a group number. This is your class number. They're prejudicing us through code noir. And the last four numbers in the social security 9 digits is the serial number. So area number, like area code, zip you up, body bag you up, toe tag you up. So area code, group number, and serial number. On the back is a British control number, which is a routing number that connects to one of the 12 banks of the Federal Reserve that are responsible for everything that happened to America and African descents and Indians and there's a serial number on the back which represents a bond number, a serial number. Some people call it an accountability number, an account number. They use it to discharge debt because a slave cannot take care of himself. The master got to feed them. The master got to clothe them. Just like in the days of Egypt with Israel. So when Moses, which was a messenger of the Most High, had led them out, they're like, you let us out of here to kill us because we can't eat no more because master's not giving us food. We can't drink no more because master's not giving us drink. We can't really work no more to make money, and there's no shops out here because we're not in master's system anymore. So it wasn't until the Most High did countless miracles through Moses and through various means and elements, they started to believe in Yahuwah. And then the 10 Commandments came in. We made a contract with Yah with penalties and blessings and all that, and we broke that shit. This is exactly why we're in trouble, and this is exactly what the white man don't want you to know. You see? So, just like in the back in the days, same way today. On the back of a dollar bill, there goes your pyramid and the eye of Lucifer, Horus, Jesus, Jupiter on the top. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody with white skin, blue eye, and goat spaghetti hair dropping down to hell that's gonna save you. Never. Keep waiting. So they never classified us by race. That came later. Like we're in a race, who's gonna make it first to the finish line? Wait. What are we racing for? Black and white codes is stupid, man. That's code noir. Black and white is code noir. Can't judge someone based on their color, but you can judge a group and family of people on their history. You can judge a group and a family based on their cultural beliefs. So you can say as a Hebrew Israelite, I believe that God is with me. And you can say as the white man, they believe not truly in a spiritual God. They believe in material, like Christians, wood, Catholics, marry, statues, Muslims, rock, Buddhists, Buddha, a man. Yeah, everyone's worshiping an idol, worshiping the creature more than the creator, who have turned the truth into a lie. Religions. So religion is one of the big and main principal weapons used to not only divide family, but to also create peer pressure and to also cause damaging effects on the mind to the point where you believe if you don't believe in this white man, you're going to hell. That's nuts. This is hell right here, right now. In these chains and shackles, whether visibly manifested, invisibly present. I'm in chains right now. My people enslaved. You know what I'm saying? So where is this white man? Where is my hero? He's right here within, like the scriptures say, with us and in us. Emmanuel literally mean with us. Not in the church, not in him, not in her, not over there, but with and in us through our hand as we avenge our life and soul. So African American sailors did experience discrimination, often being assigned to the hardest tasks such as working the boilers or steam-powered vessels. But that taught us a lot though as engineers now. Although it was a hard task, we accomplished them. We won the war, right? Y'all still pop off fireworks and all that on 4th of July, huh? Right? Julius Caesar, right? July 4th of Caesar, right? Caesarean sections, right? Yank your children right from the belly practices, right? Okay. I wonder how they learned surgery anyway. I wonder what type of lab rats or people or commodities they practiced that stuff on before they finally got how to cut wires and connect them and rewire them and even fix them. Whose brain did they crack open to learn these things? I'm telling you, these doctors, these people are freaking children of the devil. And they're not true doctors. Doctors back then used to use herbs, plants, you know what I'm saying? Certain remedies and songs and dances. We had rituals. Now they call these things voodoo. They might as well call Levi and Abraham a voodoo priest because they used to do sacrifice to the Most High Yah. Matter of fact, that was one of the main principal reasons why Cain hated on Abel, because the Most High was accepting Abel's sacrifice like he did with Adam, but Yah would not consume Cain's sacrifices. It was not acceptable. Now today you see these people doing the same thing. They're the children of Cain with unacceptable sacrifices that are extremely carnal and means nothing to Yah, while we're children of Abel, and the Most High accept our offering with his holy light, like the light that descended upon Yahusha when John baptized him, which is the Holy Spirit. And our brother, the white man, is mad and jealous and want to put us in the dirt like Abel. You see these Cain Abels? You see? Cannibals, white people, monsters, dragons, dracons, red dragon. So many sailors also were used as stewards or waiters to serve white officers. They had us in all type of servile positions like today. May I please take your order? Back then, they wouldn't even let you speak. Like, give me some water, nigger. Now they actually let you say, can I please take your order? I'm surprised they let me say that. Hey, welcome to McDonald's. May I please take your order? May I please take your order? I'm not a slave. I'm free. I'm making money. I'm balling. May I please take your order? Would you like some ice with that, sir? Whoa, Babylon has fallen. So, but in general, African American sailors were treated better than the soldiers in the United States colored troops. They even had to call us colored troops to segregate us, which means set us apart from the goats. You know, because we're like sheep. Sheep's hair, is puffy, and they're goats because their hair goes down. It doesn't get puffy, We have desires to be like goats now. I want to pull my hair out, comb my hair, pick out my hair. It's too nappy. It's ugly. This ain't beautiful enough. I need to perm or relax my hair and put all this making up all over my face so I can look like a beautiful lie. Color of law. Making up. Makeup. Acting. Deception. The master of disguise is Satan, bro. Y'all are following his paths. Little do you know. Wow. So the Navy had a long tradition of using African American sailors, and most white Americans did not view naval service to be of high social status or to consist of anything but work typically done by the lowest classes of white Americans. So there were lower classes of white Americans. They were enslaved too. They called them hillbillies or white trash or nigger lovers and things like that. And their family have a history of supporting our butt. And they're in a position of poverty now for standing up for us and not their own people. So I do think you white people out there who do stand for us and have. And I want you to understand I have nothing against any of you. Matter of fact, throughout my life history, it's been proven that white people been there for me more than any black person in my life. In my life. White people will believe me before black people. So because of that, I'll remember y'all like the Israelites remembered Rahab. Although we should have been avenging on you, I won't. I have mercy, and I'll even protect some of you because of your heart and because of your faith. Great was your faith. Like that Canaanite woman that eat the crumbs from the master table. Although it's still not good for me to simply give the children's bread to dogs. I have to customize my subject and my speeches to the children, because they're the ones, to the Israel, the Negroes, because they're the ones who've been harmed and deprived of who they are and put down and lied to multiple times about multiple subjects upon multiple accounts in various of ways. And so we need salvation because we ain't got the truth to be free. So I'm giving the bread to my people first, not trying to generate hatred for the white man, but to stay apart from mixing with them so we don't go through trouble and save our children from going through trouble. And at the same time, if the white man want to eat some crumbs after what I give to the children, that's fine. But you must understand that Yahusha did not come to give you a full bread either. Wherever you go, wherever you be, Yah did not designate for you guys to get the children's bread. So it's not good for me to give the bread of the children to dogs, you see? But it's fine for you, through your faith and what's left after hearing the truth, to eat what's left, the residue, the crumbs. Right now, this is like crumbs. But to you, it's like a whole bread. Because you're seeing that we don't hate all of you. And this is the truth. And that some of y'all have some hope. But eventually, like Obadiah, in the book of Obadiah, in various parts of the Bible, eventually white people will cease to exist on the face of this planet. This earth and all the continents were made for Negroes, for Israelites, and we're not even sure if white people come from Earth. You see, they came out of nowhere, and aliens exist, and they mix DNA and splice, DNA and do all these things and cloning, which is a practice of the white man still till today. You know what I'm saying? We don't know where they come from. And there's been so much mixing. These are faces of confusion. Who are you? Where you from? You corrupt. You're tainted. You're messed up. So eventually the earth will have no more white people ever existing again. And that's not a racist speech through me, but through understanding and comprehending scripture. You got to put the characters in their rightful personality, or you got to find the people that the scripture is talking about and put the pieces in the dots together, and you see who needs help. Does a white man need help like the Negro? No. But are there some that do? Yes. Who will be saved among them? Those who believe in the name of Yahuwah and understand that Israel were the chosen children and things like that. You know what I'm saying? They will be saved. But will all white trashes and stuff like that be saved just because they're poor? No, and hell no. And it's almost like that's what they get, But will many Negroes be saved? Many, but not all. Many will perish in the hood, in the trunk, head in the gutter. So the Navy had a long tradition of using African American sailors, and most white Americans did not view naval service to be of high social status or to consist of anything but work typically done by the lowest classes of white Americans. So moreover, whereas African American soldiers were overwhelming rural and former slaves, African American sailors, which are Hebrew Israelites, typically were urban, skilled, and usually free men enlist in the Navy. Because during that time, they used to force you into the Navy once you reach 18, or they kill you or hold you in prison for treason. And during that time, there was obviously martial law, a state of emergency. So, yeah, it was an urgency. North versus South in America, Civil War, all this bullshit. So African American sailors served side by side with white sailors in cramped quarters on the ships, received equal pay, and shared equally with white sailors in any prize money from captured ships. So they reward us and gave us incentives to stay there with the whites, fighting for our enemy. That's ridiculous. You see what I mean by mind programming? Stockholm Syndrome? Back then the ancestors would have never done that. You see our falls in these places where we revolted and went back into the same thing. So naval courts and fell right back into slavery again, which we feared. So naval courts generally treated African American sailors as equal to white sailors. African Americans, Hebrew Israelites, sometimes even received less severe punishments for crimes when compared to white sailors. So we started to get some breath of air. So on the home front within the Confederacy, enslaved African Americans were forced to labor for the Confederacy by building fortifications and working in other fatigue labor to support rebel troops of the South. Like they did in Haiti, used Negroes to build their roads to fortify their defenses and stuff. So over 1,000 slaves and free African Americans worked in the Tredegar Iron Works in Richmond during the war. And some enslaved men lost their lives manning Confederate cannons and laboring as supply hands. Many died, So some enslaved men lost their lives, some. So untold numbers of free African Americans, which is Israelites, in the South and in the northern areas captured by the Confederacy were enslaved. Untold numbers of them were enslaved. So the South is evil. So some slaves and hundreds of free African Americans, Israelites, actually volunteered to fight for the Confederacy. The same ones that were enslaving their butt. They seen it as a sign of freedom and hope. But really they're teaching us their military tactics. so probably fearful of being enslaved or mistreated if they failed to express their loyalty to the new government. So they expressed loyalty to it. They were fearful. They became what you call patriots, fools. So in Charleston, for example, free African American fire brigades fought fires caused by Union cannon fire. White Union troops occasionally occurred armed African Americans fighting for the Confederacy, and some free African Americans even won official recognition for their service. Wow. So we warriors, we strong, we still here. Indians couldn't persevere these things. They were weak. So for example, John Wilson Buckner, a free African American, fought for the defense of Charleston at Fort Wagner against the 54th Massachusetts, suffering wounds in action. Is where I was born and raised. So many more African American men and women contributed to the Confederacy by serving as personal servants to their white owners when they fought as officers in Confederate units like you see today. That's what shapes the army today of black and whites. There's a whole history behind that. So many others were impressed into service as nurses in military hospitals. Now they're the ones putting the chips in every soldier. Step right up, take a seat. This is for your protection, just in case you get lost. Bzzz. Oh, changed. So by 1864, some Southern whites began talking about the need to arm slaves in defense of the Confederacy. Third Amendment. Giving freedom to those who served. That's what they promised. So most whites recognized the absurdity of arming slaves. Like, don't arm them Negroes. Agreeing with the opinion of one Confederate senator from North Carolina who said, "If we are right in passing this measure to arm the slaves, the Hebrew Israelites, we were wrong in denying to the old government the right to interfere with the institution of slavery and to emancipate slaves. So we were wrong in denying to the old government the right to interfere with the institution of slavery. If we are right in passing this measure to arm the slaves." So pretty much they're trying to say don't arm the slaves. That contradicts everything. So but they were afraid of us having guns like today. So guns is our weapon. Guns and bombs. Dumb nukes. So besides, if we offer slaves their freedom, we confess that we were insincere, were hypocritical, in asserting that slavery was the best state for the Negroes themselves. So now pride came in, and ego. They don't want to admit that they're wrong, although they just did. So in the end, however, with the enemy at the very gates of Petersburg, Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy, along with General Robert E. Lee, Commander of Confederate forces, endorsed using slaves as soldiers. So in March, there's a change occurring without them knowing it. We're about to own America. So in March of 1865, the Confederate Congress voted to enlist 300,000 African American troops, granting them freedom with the consent of their owners. That's in 1865 1865. So this was a desperate move that was never implemented. And a few weeks later, Lee surrendered to Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. So the war to save slavery had become for the South the war to preserve Southern independence, even if it meant giving up slavery by arming the enslaved. That's how bad they wanted to preserve slavery, their independence in that. So the United States are not necessarily united. and the United States was not originally 50 states. They contracted into that through the states, the 50 states approval and all that, and it's still in shock in place right now. So in those areas where the soldiers of the Confederacy and the Union met in battle, enslaved African Americans, like the movie called Braveheart, they had our people fighting our own people in the war. And that's probably where they get the idea now that the chief executive officer don't need to go out to war with his army. He should just send the people that he hate, like Americans, Negroes, to go fight against other people that they know they'll lose to. It's like a setup. Like in America right now, Obama will not return the troops in Iraq right now. He left them there, and they have no means of getting back, and they're surrounded by their enemy. So what would it be like if you had a group of blacks fighting a group of blacks? That's like that movie Braveheart, and that's symbolic of the revolution of the Negroes as well, not one of the whites or Scottish or nothing. It was the Negroes, 300 as well. We were always the minority fighting a majority, like Gibeon, the fight of Gibeon. So in those areas where the soldiers of the Confederacy, blah, 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 blah. So enslaved African Americans experienced the special hardships of war. So forces from both sides abused the enslaved by forcing them to work in difficult and often deadly tasks, probably defusing mines and stuff like that. Separated them from their families, sometimes by force, enrollment, and molested especially women left defenseless by the war at the houses and stuff like that, with no men to protect them and bust a gun if intrusion come. Bust it. So we were experiencing abuse from the North and South whites. So that still put the white people in the hot seat, regardless of the North and all that stuff. These people didn't even belong in America. They were casting lots for America, technically, fighting over it, and the North won. So pretty much the Industrial Revolution was that revolution. It was an industrialized one. The North wanted to build cities everywhere and do other things, while the South wanted to remain natural and traditional and stuff like that. Natural. So when the North won, it either way would have been a lose-lose. When the North won, we became commercialized. We became legal fictions, had a corporate status and things like that. So now the way that they discriminate against you is through an all caps name. You see? So thousands of slaves were uprooted as their owners marched them into the interior, into faraway Texas, to escape invading human forces or Union forces. So although Union forces molested few white women in the occupied Confederacy, many enslaved women were raped, robbed, and assaulted by Union soldiers, like the United States occupation in Haiti. These are the roots of the devil. They'll never change. They're all the same. And there's always black sellouts like back then, since Africa into America and wherever else you may find them. Or light skins hating darker skins, and all this junk. But overall, Yah love the dark skinned people, and he's going to show that they've been above the light skins and the white skins and the goyims that are not us Israelites. Whether Hemite or Arabic Shemite or whatever, or Japhetic, pathetic. So more than anything else, the outbreak of war offered enslaved African Americans the opportunity to break for freedom and to liberate themselves. Haiti helped America too, remember that. Because we were all Africans, not called Haitian or Black American, we're all African. So at the first sign of hostilities, African Americans stopped acting like slaves and broke for freedom by the thousands. At the first sign of hostilities, we'll shoot at them while we're at war. So invading Union troops encountered armies of African American refugees fleeing to Union lines. Most came with just the clothes on their backs. The waves of African American refugees threatened to overwhelm Union war efforts, pressuring Lincoln to establish a refuge program wherein women, children, and the elderly were initially put in refugee camps, concentration camps, and then placed on abandoned or occupied plantations to work for wages. They're doing that now without wages, those concentration camps. That's why they're back. And the guillotine is back. Forms of torture, tools of cruelty. So, inventions of cruelty. Weakened inventions. Iron and clay. Human and robot. Nuclear bombs. The digging of the earth's salt, causing it to crumble and disassemble, causing continental drifts. So the plan called for able-bodied African American males to be recruited into the army, with the African American units serving as a home guard on the plantations where their families lived and worked. So several 100,000 African American refugees lived in these camps and worked on occupied plantations protected by African American soldiers during the war in the Mississippi River Valley and in the coastal regions of Georgia and South Carolina. So Confederate guerrilla war forces often hit these plantations, killing African Americans and taking them back into slavery, these white Southern Confederates. So besides breaking for freedom and fighting to protect their families as soldiers, numerous Southern African Americans served as spies, Union scouts, and as sources of military intelligence for the Union forces. Like today, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Beyonce, all them people are spies, sellouts, children of the house. So Harriet Tubman, for example, who knew the South well from her days in slavery and her efforts in helping slaves escape via the Underground Railroad, was formally commended by the Secretary of War for her work as a Union scout and as a nurse in the Sea Islands. So thousands of other African Americans led Union troops to hidden valuables, buried cotton, and food stores left behind by fleeing Confederates. So for the most part, however, Southern African Americans simply stopped acting like slaves once the war began and awaited the outcome of the fighting, especially slaves in the interior of the Confederacy. So this gave us a form of liberation, to fight, to war, to vent, to finally get to scream and wow, I can't wait. World War III is coming. I'm excited. So the problem of slave disobedience, I'm being very disobedient, master, became so troublesome to the Confederacy, like Lamar Odom to Khloe Kardashian. I'ma air it all out. Oh, you just broke the law. You just broke secrecy. We got to program you and put a chip in you and put you through rehabilitation to reconstruct you again. Because obviously you broke the program by talking about, I'm going to air y'all out. Now we got to say you took some sex supplements and overdose and fell out and you took cocaine and you have bad drug habits, and we're going to finally show everyone the videos of you, on drugs back then and stuff like that, and make you look bad, and eventually said you slept with little boys or pissed in little girls' mouth, the stuff that we force you guys to do, and blackmail you and keep you on the string and make the world hate you so we can kill you and eventually clone you. So the problem of slave, like Omar Odom or whatever, Lamar Odom, Michael Jackson, Tupac, Biggie, disobedience became so troublesome to the Confederacy, to the Illuminati, to the magistrate, to the king and queen of England, running through the Federal Reserve Bank, running the United States debtor. It became so troublesome to them, that whole structure, that whites owning At least 20 slaves were exempt from service so that they could stay at home to better control the African American population. So that to leave some whites back so we wouldn't rebel. So that caused a problem too, for them to deploy as much people as they wanted to deploy without disbalancing the whole system. So they had supervisions of how they wanted to keep us enslaved and how they're going to work this out, where to keep us and certain things to let us know and not know. They made a whole book pretty much off of this, how to enslave a whole nation and race from beginning to end. I don't know what book that may be, but I'm sure there's a book out there that teaches these whites how to relive these things. You see, and certain eyes stumble across these books. Now I think I will. God lives in our heart at hotmail.com if you have it or can suggest me to one. I want to know myself in history. So to most Southern whites' surprise, no outbreak of slave rebellion occurred during the war. Indeed, no Southern white women were molested or abused by angry slaves. No retaliation of any great extent occurred against white masters. And few acts of vengeance were demonstrated in acts of violence against Southern property or Southern whites. Because by this time we've been domesticated like a house cat. We no longer scratch, we've been declawed, we no longer bite, we became mute, and we never had an eye against the enemy no more. Like we were born again. You know, and hey, what happened? Oh, you know, like we forgot everything. Cosmic or mass amnesia for a particular targeted race. Now, if a white person don't know who they are, that's on them. So in many cases, the enslaved simply snuck away in the night, seldom taking anything but their clothes. Still leave naked sometimes from the master's house, these Christians. So some even provided provisions for the families of their white masters before leaving. And much to the surprise of nearly all whites, the first to leave were the household servants. Men and women believed to be loyal and contented slaves, happy slaves, like today's Negro Christian, Negro Catholic denominations. So for most Southern slaves and Northern free African Americans, the Civil War experience represented a high point in their history, a high point in Hebrew Israelite history. So after the war, the nation all but abandoned efforts at providing justice for the formerly enslaved, except during a few short years from 1865 to 1876, known as the era of Reconstruction, like the Reconstruction Act or Bankruptcy Act, bankruptcy law. So after that brief period during which Southern African Americans experienced significant political and social empowerment, three descended upon the region over 100 years of segregation, lynching, disfranchisement, and racial violence, commonly known as the era of Jim Crow. So, written in the 1890s, in the midst of Jim Crow, African American poet Paul Laurence Dunbar, whose father served as a Union soldier, wrote with pride about the Civil War experience of African Americans who fought to free themselves from slavery. They fought. They killed, they murdered these Christian, Catholic, Spanish, French goyims. But actually and symbolically, so we destroyed some of our enemy during that time. We got some venting. We're not done with them yet. And nor is Yah. He did not forget what they did. So that was the end of that part. And as you can tell, these people, you barely hear about them at this point. They were either considered extinct, blending with other people. Their language, Taino, was mixed into all of our languages all across the earth. And, you know, and may they rest in peace too, because they went through almost worse than us, but they didn't, because ours were long, theirs was brief. And a lot of them had sold us too. And these right here look like Mongolians, by the way. Look at their hair. They're mixed with some Spaniard in them. You know, these are not full-blood African Taino or things like that. So so let's continue on with our lessons. So now there's something here I wanted to show y'all. This is cool. Little timeline about everything, because I want to get the timeline about everything. So let me go ahead, put that there. Put this right here. Hopefully this doesn't save in that, but we'll see. Halaluyahnu, Yahuwah of the Negros, the God that loved Negroes. Yes. So hold on one second, I gotta go back one. So before 1877, okay, this is what I forgot. So this is the slavery timeline. Halaluyahnu, Ahiti, Port-au-Prince Yehuda, Malaknu. So I didn't even know I was going to get into American history like this, but it all connects, as you can tell. It's the only way you can track the Hebrew Israelites and see where they can potentially be. They're the ones that believe in scripture, of brown skin, and they feel a sense of connection to Yah, even set apart from other people. They feel different. You see, like they just can't live the way the white man live and the way the other strangers live. And we have a sense of spirituality. You see, very strong presence, very intelligent, articulate, and we feel a sense of loyalty to something greater than us, which we call God in English, Elohim in our original language, Bon Dieu in Creole, and Dios in Spanish and stuff like that. His name is Yahuwah. So, and there's only one name to be saved in. So God, Bon Dieu, is not the same name, although it's the same title. So that's his title. He's Bon Dieu, he's listen, yeah, he's God, he's the Lord, but what's his name? Who is the Lord? The white man, Abraham Lincoln, Jesus Beelzebub? Who? Yahusha HaMashiach, Yah our Savior, Yah our salvation, Yahusha, Yeshaya. You see, and his name is also in Yahushalam, and it's also in Yahusha, and it's also in Yehuda, and it's also in Yahusaf. You see, and he is the Most High Yahuwah, according to Exodus 3:15. This is his name forever, throughout all generations and from memory. So why shall I fear? If Yahuwah be for me, who can be against me? You see? Shall fear separate us from the love of Christ? No. I shall not fear anyone, because I love Mashiach, Yahushua HaMashiach. That is my Savior, and he loved black people, and he looks like me. Not like Zeus. Jesus. Iosus. The horse. Zeus. Jesus. Zeus. Come on, wake up. You're serving Satan. The Christians had slaves, and they were black, and the Christians were white. The Roman Catholic killed Christ, and they white, and they come from Europe. The same enemies that went down to Haiti and Africa and America, the Americas, South, Central, and Northern. The Most High God, Yahuwah Elohim, is going to kill whites because of what they did. And yeah, the innocent may have to die too, just like our people were paid. Hey, didn't you want me to repay you what you paid me? I was just borrowing this slavery real quick. Did you think I was going to keep it? Let me do the pleasure to repay you with slavery, Mr. White Devil. You red dragon. You beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. You devil. You sucked up Haiti and sucked up my country and killed my people and have them worship a white God? To hell with Jesus. To hell with Zeus in the mighty name of Yah. There's none next to him. I dare someone to say there's one next to Yah. Hallelujah. Exactement. Amen. So slavery time. So in 1619, the first Africans arrived in Virginia. Very important. They appear to have been indentured servants, but the institution of hereditary lifetime service for blacks soon develops. Hereditary lifetime, generational servile work, a generational curse. So the vast majority of slaves will be transported from Africa to West Indies. West Indies during that time is what they call Indian. And it's not Indian, it's Taino. Taino, Arawak, Carib, Garifuna. You see, Maroons, things like that. Well, Maroons arrived later from Taino and stuff, but they were transported into the land of the Indians after the whites prepared the land for them by cleansing it through the slaughter of Taino. So in the 1660s, the practice of slavery becomes a legally recognized institution. It became a legally recognized job to enslave blacks in British America. British men of covenant. So colonial assemblies began to enact laws known as slave codes, black codes in the 1660s, which restrict the liberty of slaves. C'est liberté, n'a goumen pour justice. Et ça nous gangou pour, n'avet soif pour justice, liberté. Un petit cal goutte de freedom. Sal un petit cal. Just a little drop of freedom. Just a tiny bit, please. Please, Master. Please, Jesus. Please, white man. Don't punish me no more. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to hell. Please, white man. Forgive me, white man. Blue eyes. White skin, Jesus. Forgive me. Let my people go, Jesus. Please. Pharaoh, please let my people go. So in 1776, the Declaration of Independence declares that all men are created equal. In spite of that, slavery remains a legal institution because we're not part of all men. Like the Most High say he loved the world, they're not part of the world, our world, and we're not of the world, of their junk. In spite of that, slavery remains a legal institution, and all 13 of the newly established states, 13, the number 13, Friday the 13th, the 13 colonies, that's where it all began. And this was when the Illuminati was formed too. This all come from England, the Knights of Malta. So in 1777, Vermont amends its constitution to ban slavery. So over the next 25 years, other northern states emancipate their slaves and ban the institution of slavery. Over the next 25 years from 1777. So Pennsylvania, 1780. Massachusetts and New Hampshire, 1783. Connecticut and Rhode Island, 1784. New York, 1799, that's not too long ago, and New Jersey, 1804. Some of the state laws stipulate gradual emancipation. So in 1787, drafted in 1787 and ratified in 1788, the United States Constitution does not directly mention the institution of slavery through 1788. But it addresses it indirectly in 3 places. 1. It grants Congress the authority to prohibit the importation or deportation or trafficking of slaves, which were considered contraband, after 20 years. So the 3/5 clause in Article 1 settles the debate over whether or not to count slaves, Israelites, for determining taxation and representation, IRS. So for those purposes, all free persons in the districts, including indentured servants, tax entity, are counted as tax entities, corporate fictions. So to that total is added the number of 3/5 of all other persons, in other words, slaves. So 3. In Article 4, Section 2 of the United States Constitution, required that a person, a legal fiction, held to service or labor in one state who escapes to another state shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor shall be due. So enforcement of the clause is not specified. So in 1793, to enforce Article 4, Section 2, the United States Congress enacts the Fugitive Slave Law. It allows slave owners to cross state lines to recapture their slaves, which they used to not have jurisdiction to do. So they must then prove ownership in a court of law. To prove ownership through a title, a certificate, or a certificate of title, birth certificate, cattle number, social security card, all this stuff. So it allows slave masters or slave owners to cross state lines to recapture their slaves. So they must then prove ownership in a court of law. In reaction, some northern states passed personal liberty laws granting the alleged fugitive slaves the rights to habeas corpus, a chance to re-see a judge, jury trials, and testimony on their own behalf, like pro se, pro per. But now they suspended all that under martial law, state of emergency, executive orders, abomination. So these northern state legislators also pass anti-kidnapping laws to punish slave catchers who kidnap free blacks, like police are called slave catchers, instead of fugitive slaves. So in 1808, in 1807, Congress bans the importation of slaves, effective January 1st, 1808. The earliest date allowed by the Constitution, January 1st, 1808, Congress officially bans importation of slaves. So the internal slave trade, like Internal Revenue Service, slaves, Internal Revenue slaves, continues in states where the institution is legal. Uncle Tom at the door, which is IRS. So in 1820 through 1821, in the Missouri Compromise, Congress admits the slave state of Missouri, and the free state of Maine into the Union, and banned slavery north of the 36-degree, 30-inch line of latitude in the Louisiana Territory. This is the legal description. It's where they get the word townships and legal description and things like that. You're on the sea. You've been on the sea for a while. They took in us on boats on sea. Admiralty law. Bondage. So in 1831, in Boston, William Lloyd Garrison founds the abolitionist newspaper, The Liberator, signaling a dramatic shift in the anti-slavery movement. In the previous decades, it had centered in the South and favored a combination of compensated emancipation and colonization of freed slaves back to Africa. So in the 1830s, the abolitionist movement becomes the dominant voice among anti-slavery advocates. Abolitionists demand the immediate end to slavery, which they consider to be a moral evil, without compensation to slave owners. Like, why you need to get paid? They're not products, they're human, people, beings, not persons and sea monsters, or corporations, or cattle, or a tax entity, or a taxpayer. So in 1833, Garrison joins Arthur and Louis Tappan to establish the American Anti-Slavery Society, an abolitionist group, organization. So they were attempting to abolish slavery. So it worked to a great degree, but they took it into secrecy now. Like the banks too, after they lost, they took everything into secrecy. They became a silent killer. Who let it rip? I can smell it. I can smell it coming from that family over there. The Red Dragon, White Devil. So in 1831, Nat Turner, a literate slave who believes he is chosen to be the Moses of his people, instigates a slave revolt in Virginia. He and his followers kill 57 whites, but the revolt is unsuccessful and end up to 200 slaves are killed. So after an intense debate, rest in peace, brethren, you have a name in the Father's heart. So after an intense debate, the Virginia legislature narrowly rejects a bill to emancipate Virginia's black people, African American, Hebrew Israelite descendants, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. So the widespread fear of slave revolts, they were afraid for us to revolt. That's why they say, love your enemy, the white people, and to turn the other cheek, let them whip you some more, and to obey authority, master. So the widespread fear of us not obeying that among the Christian Catholic caused them to, create religion and stuff like that and allow us to open our own church and control our own people through there. As long as we don't preach about specific things like the 501c3 condition that say you cannot talk about conspiracy once they allow you to open your charitable trust corporation, non-profitable organization that profit off of donation and charity and tax exemption. So the widespread fear of slave revolts, compounded by the rise of abolitionism, leads legislators across the South to increase the harshness of their slave codes. You see, black codes, code noir. Also, expressions of anti-slavery sentiment are suppressed throughout the South through state and private censorship. So they censored even Haitian Israelite history and things like that, and the revolts in Jamaica, and the revolts in Africa, and the revolts in Spain, and the revolts in France, and the revolt in Portuguese, and the revolts in in Rome, and the revolts in Greece, and the revolts in the Maccabees, and the Galatians, and the revolts in South America, the revolts in Cuba, the revolts in Brazil, the revolts in Puerto Rico, the revolts in New York, and the revolts in Mississippi, and the revolts in New Orleans. They did not want us to become free. They want us to remain freaking slaves and brought Christianity with them to have us worship a white God, the figure and image of the man or the type of people who harmed us for centuries upon centuries upon centuries. That picture of Jesus is a picture of mockery to you niggers. And those of you who are worshiping that picture, that image, are an enemy of God himself. So in 1842, in Prigg vs. Pennsylvania, the United States Supreme Court upholds the Fugitive Slave Law of 1793, stating that slave owners have a right to retrieve their property. So they did look at us as property, still till today. I've witnessed it and experienced it for myself. I am on the field. I am a soldier of Yah. Soldier. So in so doing, the court rules that Pennsylvania's anti-kidnapping law is unconstitutional. So kidnapping is constitutional. That's where they said they can't arrest you without a warrant or for your arrest. You see? A warranty deed for the product they're coming to confiscate and put in storage house, aka jail. Please, Jesus, please, white man, please, master, don't put me in jail. Don't send me in hell for rebelling against you, white men, blue eye, goat here. Forgive me. Forgive me, Father, for my debts, my sins and trespasses. Who is your Father? So in so doing, the court rules that Pennsylvania's anti-kidnapping law is unconstitutional. At the same time, the Supreme Court, which is part of this whole thing, and you guys trying to appeal your case to these devils, declares that enforcement of the fugitive slave laws is a federal responsibility in which states are not compelled to participate. So between 1842 and 1850, so the states had no rights because the Federal Reserve Bank took over that time. So 9 northern states passed new personal liberty laws, which forbid state officials from cooperating in the return of alleged fugitive slaves and bar the use of state facilities for that purpose, like correctional offices and institutions, jail and all that. So in 1850, the Compromise of 1850 is introduced into Congress by Henry Clay as an omnibus bill designed to settle disputes arising from the conclusion of the Mexican War. So it passes after Stephen Douglas divides the bill into several parts. California enters the Union as a free state. The slave trade, but not slavery, is abolished in Washington, D.C. The fugitive slave law is strengthened, and the Utah and New Mexico territories are open to slavery on the basis of popular sovereignty, allowing territorial voters to decide the issue without federal interference. Man, that's crazy. So in 1852, Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe is published. So the novel depicts slavery as horrible and evil, but treats white Southerners sympathetically. So the villain of the piece is the cruel slave overseer Simon Legree, a transplanted New Englander. So the book is banned in the South, while Northerners make it a bestseller. So in 1854, the United States ministers to Britain, France, and Spain meet in Ostend, Belgium. Yeah, a lot of people from Congo was sent there, Belgium. So they draft a policy recommendation to the President Pierce, urging him to attempt again to purchase Cuba from Spain. So Spain had an interest in Cuba, which were full of Africans. And if Spain refuses to take the island by force. So Spain and France were cahooting. This is what Toussaint Louverture and the people of Haiti were against. So we fought against France because Napoleon was leading some of those expeditions. So when the secret proposal, called the Ostend Manifesto, is leaked to the press, it creates an uproar since Cuba would likely become another slave state. Like today, Fidel Castro and all these people work with these people. So in 1854, in an attempt to spur population growth in the Western Territories in advance of a transcontinental railroad, Stephen Douglas introduces a bill to establish the territories of Kansas and Nebraska. In order to gain Southern support, the bill stipulates that slavery in the territories will be decided by popular sovereignty. So thus the Kansas-Nebraska Act repeals the Missouri Compromise ban on slavery north of 36 degrees 30 inch in the lands of the Louisiana Purchase. So in 1855 through 1856, a miniature civil war known as Bleeding Kansas erupts in the Kansas territory over the issue of slavery. So in May 1856, a pro-slavery group attacks the free soil town of Lawrence, destroying and stealing property. In response to the sack of Lawrence, radical abolitionist John Brown and his followers attack a pro-slavery settlement at Potawatomi Creek, killing 5 men. By the end of 1856, like Braveheart, nearly 200 Kansan been killed, and property worth $2 million has been damaged or destroyed. So in 1856, Senator Charles Sumner delivers a stinging speech in the United States Senate, The Crime Against Kansas, in which he attacks slavery, the South, and singles out his Senate colleague, Andrew Butler of South Carolina, for criticism. South Carolina versus North. So in retaliation, Butler's nephew, Congressman Preston Brooks of South Carolina, so United States of America is an illusion. They were never united like that, and a lot of the states exit out of that complex, that contract. So it attacks Sumner with the cane while the Massachusetts senator is seated at his desk on the floor of the Senate. The injuries he sustains cause Sumner to be absent from the Senate for 4 years. So in 1857, the United States Supreme Court decides the Dred Scott case in the majority of opinion. Chief Justice Roger Taney rules that Scott is still a slave with no standing to sue, that black Americans, slave-free, are not citizens and do not have civil rights protected by the United States Constitution, and that neither the territorial government nor the federal government can ban slavery in the territories. So they're dominating our terrains. They're extraterrestrial, aliens, ET, foreigners, strangers, goyims, outsiders. So thus making the now defunct Northwest Ordinance in Missouri Compromise bans unconstitutional. So in 1857 and 1858, the rivalry in the Kansas territory between pro and anti-slavery factions, by the way, this ain't our flag, this is just the name of Yah and Proto-Canaanite language. It could be a Paleo-Hebrew or it can be Phoenician or Canaanite. I know this ain't Syrian, like the Syrians we see today. So the pro-slavery legislator at Lecompton drafts a constitution to make Kansas a slave trade. So anti-slavery forces boycott the popular referendum on the Constitution. Remind me of the Boston Tea Party. So in Boston, which passes in its sense to Congress, Senator Stephen Douglas considers the Lecompton Constitution a perversion of popular sovereignty. But President James Buchanan endorses it. So Congress sends the Lecompton Constitution back to Kansas for another referendum. This time, it is defeated overwhelmingly. So in the 1858, Illinois Republicans nominate Abraham Lincoln for the United States Senate. In accepting, Lincoln delivers his House divided speech in which he asserts that the nation cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. Incumbent Senator Stephen Douglas agrees to an unprecedented series of debates held in towns across the state. Towns, that's what they used to call them, townhouses. And Abraham Lincoln probably was thinking of freeing blacks because he received visions of blacks eventually enslaving them and things like that. So to spare some white people, he probably released the Negroes during that time so it wouldn't have a great effect on their little plans and stuff. But their plans about to be squashed and their time is almost up, and they got a little bit of time left on earth to commit their wrath. These red devils, red dragon, these demonic entities. So although the Democrats win control of the state legislature and re-elect Douglas, Lincoln gains notoriety and he been noticed and becomes a contender for the 1860 presidential nomination. So in 1859, John Brown, the radical abolitionist and veteran of Bleeding Kansas, fails in his attempt to capture the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, now West Virginia, and to use the weapons to foment a slave rebellion. So Brown and his co-conspirators are hanged, like they do with skeletons on October, Halloween dates, high ceremonial days for the witches. So they hanged them, becoming martyrs to the anti-slavery cause in the eyes of some abolitionists. Oh, we're not done yet. So let's continue on. So this is going to be pretty brief. Where we at on time? Alright. So let me go forward. Boom. I think there's one or two more like that. Reconstruction time. Alright, it's probably two more. Halaluyahnu. Yahuwah Nasi. Yahuwah is my banner and flag. Not necessarily all these, but these remind us of who we are. These were the first Negroes, the heart of everything, to do this. Not the only though. And it's not the last. They're afraid, so they're coming back for us. But we shall ruin them like we did in the back in the day. Alright, so Civil War timeline. So in 1860, Republicans bypassed their party's front runner, Senator William Henry Seward, to nominate Abraham Lincoln for president. The Republican Party takes a free soil stance on slavery by opposing its expansion into the territories, while recognizing the institution's legality in the South. The Democratic Party splits into two sectional factions over the issue of slavery in the territories. Two sectional factions, they've been split. So Southern Democrats want their party to endorse and Congress to enact a slave code for the territory. So Southern Democrats, that's what they wanted, in order to protect the institution there. Democrats. So Northern Democrats oppose a federal slave code, preferring the territorial residents to decide the issue of slavery without federal interference. Popular sovereignty, they called it. Sovereignty, which means exempt from federal jurisdiction. They're saying it's popular because we don't really have true freedom and sovereignty while being conquered by conquerors with no fight, turning cheeks. Don't know if that means butt cheeks, lip cheeks, or what. So Northern Democrats nominate Senator Stephen Douglas for president, while Southern Democrats nominate Vice President John Breckinridge. So a fourth presidential candidate, John Bell, is nominated by the Constitutional Union Party. John Bell. So in the November presidential election, Republican Abraham Lincoln garners a plurality of the popular vote and a majority in the electoral college to win the presidency over his three rivals. So in December 1860 to February 1861, 7 states of the Deep South, those in which the slavery system is most entrenched, leave the Union to form the Confederate States of America. That's where that comes from now. The birth of so-called America. After all that, so what's a Native American? So in April 1861, unarmed resupplied ships approach Fort Sumter and are fired upon by South Carolina forces. President Lincoln calls for Union volunteers and the Civil War begins. 1861. 4 mere states from the Upper South leave the Union in April and May. In May 1861, Union General Benjamin Butler refuses to comply with the fugitive slave law and labels the runaway slaves crossing Union lines as contraband of war. In other words, seize property. So Congress has yet, so claim yourself as property and cattle. So Congress has yet to enact a policy on the issue. So in August 1861, Congress, and they left it like that on purpose. Not because they don't know what to do and they're not intelligent, but that's what they intend. They have ill will. So in August 8, this is the fruit of their works, the results of their actions. This is what they caused. This is what we've come to. It is the end now for them and white people. So in August 1861, Congress passes a law which declares that runaway or captured slaves cannot be returned to their masters if they are used by their masters for military purposes. So in September 1861, Lincoln overturns an emancipation order for Missouri issued by General John C. Fremont. December 1861, Lincoln urges the border states, slave states still in the Union, to voluntarily emancipate their slaves. So in March 1862, Lincoln proposes a formal plan of gradual, compensated, just compensation, emancipation of workers worthy of his meat, right? So Congress passes a resolution in favor of his plan, but none of the border states accept it. So Congress prohibits, under threat of court-martial, the return of all slaves to their masters. So in April 1862, Congress abolishes slavery in the District of Columbia with financial compensation to former slave owners. Holder in due course. So in June, Congress bans slavery in the territories without compensation to former slave owners. So in July 1862, Congress authorizes the president to enlist black military recruits, but Lincoln does not call for a general mobilization of blacks. So President Lincoln informs his cabinet that he plans to issue an Emancipation Proclamation. Secretary of State William Henry Seward convinces him to wait until after a major Union victory. Wow. The fight for freedom and true independence from the white man, from the white man, from the white man, right there in our face, and the means to do it is war. The wages of sin is death. So, and the wages of treason is blood, death, war. So in September 1862, Union forces repel Confederate General Robert E. Lee's invasion of the North at Antietam, Maryland. Lee retreats back to Virginia. So following the desired Union victory at Antietam, Lincoln announces the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. If the Confederacy does not surrender by January 1st, 1863, the President will free all the slaves in Confederate territory. If the Confederate States do surrender, then their slaves will not be freed. And they did not want to do that. They wanted their independence. So like, we have no choice but to fight. So in January 1st, 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation goes into effect. All the slaves or Negroes or African Americans or Hebrew Israelites in Confederate territories are declared free. But not necessarily free. They called us free blacks or blackamoors and other stuff like that. So the policy does not apply to the border states or to Southern territory held by the Union before January 1st. So henceforth, as Union troops advance across the South, thousands of slaves are freed as they advance across the South. So Yah has sent his angels somehow, some way during that time. The Emancipation Proclamation also reaffirms the president's authority to enlist black servicemen and initiates an effort to organize all black regiments. So this is when blacks really started to join their troops, was really during that time. So this was the greatest point in black American and white American history although we're not American. And they're not just white people. They come from somewhere. Some Spain, some France, some couple of places up there. Not down here or down there. Like they claim they're from. White Jesus. So nearly 200,000 black men will serve as Union soldiers, sailors, or laborers. So in March 1863, Congress passes the Enrollment Act, creating a military draft, military order. The Confederacy had resorted to a draft in April 1862. So in summer 1863, in response to implementation of the military draft, bloody riots erupt in cities across the North. In the cities across North America, the northern section of North America, the cities. So the worst occurs in New York City, where mobs demolish draft offices, lynch several blacks, and destroy large sections of the city in New York. So, wow. So they were mad about that, you know? Bloody riots erupt in cities across the North. Military draft. So in July 3rd through 5th, 1863, Confederate General Lee's second invasion of the North is checked by Union troops at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Lee once again retreats to Virginia. Confederate forces surrender to Union General Ulysses S. Grant at Vicksburg. The Union now controls the Mississippi River, geographically dividing the Confederacy. So the dual victories at Gettysburg and Vicksburg are considered a major turning point in the war. Major. I mean, take note. So in June 1864, Congress repeals the Fugitive Slave Law. Amen. So in November 1864, Lincoln wins re-election against the Democratic presidential nominee, Union General George B. McClellan. So January 1865, Congress passes the proposed 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which bans slavery in the entire United States. That's with the 20 sections. So April 1865, Lincoln is assassinated, and Vice President Andrew Jackson succeeds to the presidency, which was Illuminati. So the Civil War ends with Confederate General Robert E. Lee's surrender to Union General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox, Virginia. So Virginia lost now. So in December 1865, the requisite number of states ratified the 13th Amendment, and it becomes part of the Constitution. That's when we really became kind of free. But the syndromes and the symptoms and effects of slavery continue to linger on, and post-traumatic stress and stuff like that, and all that. You know, when you came from war and you're traumatized, yeah, we were traumatized. They damaged us a lot after that. So, oh, what's going on? Okay. I want this thing, let me go down. Alright, there we go. So now let's go ahead and get the other half. The Reconstruction time. Now America had to be reconstructed and all this stuff, and so this is filling in all the gaps, you know. We got a couple more videos left. Obviously, it's going to be a couple of videos, but reparation timeline, and that would be the end of that. So let's go up. You can do it, baby. right. So Reconstruction timeline. So December 1863, President Abraham Lincoln announces his Reconstruction plan. It offers general amnesty, which means friendship, to all white Southerners who take an oath of future loyalty, like the oath of office, and accept wartime measures abolishing slavery. Whenever 10% of the number of 1860 voters take the loyalty oath in any state, those loyal citizens can then establish a state government under this constitution. So in early 1864, the governments of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee, Arkansas, Kansas, are reconstructed under Lincoln's 10% plan. So radical Republicans are shocked at the policy's leniency. So Congress refuses to recognize the governments or seat their elected federal representative. So Congress refuses that. So in July, Lincoln was trying to get them to promise they won't enslave us no more and things like that. Or at least pay them. So in July 1864, so slavery is pretty much not being compensated for work and not having the will and choice to choose where you want to work, contracts you want to rescind, and all that stuff. That is what forms the laws of anti-deception, commerce, and trade today. You see, this was always about that. So July 1864. So Congress passes its own Reconstruction plan, the Wade-Davis Bill. It requires a majority of 18,060 voters to take a loyalty oath, but only those who swear an ironclad oath of never having fought against the Union can participate in reconstructing their state's government. Congress requires the state constitutions to include bans on slavery, disfranchisement of Confederate political and military leaders, and repudiation of Confederate state debts. So after Congress adjourns, Lincoln refuses to sign the Wade-Davis bill, so it is pocket vetoed and not implemented. So in March 1865, Congress creates the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, commonly known as the Freedmen's Bureau, within the War Department. So it provides temporary relief to the freed people in the form of basic shelter and medical care, assistance in labor contract negotiation, the establishment of schools, and similar services. At its peak, though, the Freedmen's Bureau only has 900 agents in the South. Agents. So in April 1865, the Civil War ends with Confederate General Robert E. Lee's surrender to Union General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox, Virginia. President Lincoln is assassinated. Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Southern Democrat, assumes the presidency. Summer 1865. President Andrew Johnson, implements his Reconstruction plan. It offers general amnesty to those taking an oath of future loyalty, although high-ranking Confederate officials and wealthy Confederates have to petition the president for individual pardons. So the plan also requires states to ratify the 13th Amendment, which prohibits slavery, and to repudiate Confederate debts. To rebut it. So in December 1865, Congress refuses to recognize the state governments reconstructed under Johnson's plan. Republicans are disturbed by the reluctance of white Southerners to ratify the 13th Amendment, their refusal to grant voting rights to black men, their enactment of black codes which limit the rights and liberties of blacks, and their election of former Confederates such as Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens to state and national offices. So in February 1866, Congress passes the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which extends the temporary agency's life indefinitely and gives the military the responsibility of protecting the civil rights of Black Americans and former Confederate states. So President Johnson vetoes the bill, surprising many Republicans. So in April 1866, Congress enacts the Civil Rights Act of 1866. It grants citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. This was an act of denationalization, actually, the hidden color of the poison, and guarantees them equal rights under the law, although they don't implement it today. So that they're hypocrites and liars. They don't do what they say they'll do in their laws. I learned that the hard way. So the statute makes it a federal crime, punishable by fine and imprisonment, to deprive any person of his or her civil rights. That's in the Fifth Amendment. They can't deprive us without due process of law, without full disclosure, without notice, and our silence cannot be used to incriminate us, which is considered tacit acquiescence today, agreement by passive agreement. So a lack of controversy or complaint. So judicial authority over the act is assigned to the federal courts. So the racism is in the federal courts and also the state and district and county courts. So President Johnson vetoes the bill. Congress passes the bill again. So Congress was with all of this stuff. Their transgression, Congress. So Johnson vetoes it again, and Congress overrides his veto. So there was a war. And Congress was in control, not the president. So in May 1866, a race riot erupts in Memphis. A big race riot, like we see today. Signs of slavery, Signs of the times. So in June 1866, Congress approves a proposed 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which makes you 14th and 15th Amendment slaves. So its text begins with the first definition of citizenship in the Constitution. All persons born or naturalized in the United States. It thereby attempts to give the citizenship clause of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which were all filled with black codes. So more legitimacy and permanency by incorporating it into the Constitution, filled with black laws, code noir. So the amendment also denies states the authority to deprive citizens of their privileges and immunities, sovereign immunities, under 11th Amendment, the due process of law, 5th Amendment, or the equal protection of the law, under 10th Amendment. It's reserved to the people. We are the people of the United States. We help fight for its independence and everything. This thing belongs to us. This is my land. Wexamexum, West Amexum, Alkebulon, Africa. So July 1866, Congress passes the Freedmen's Bureau Act a second time. President Johnson vetoes it again. But this time Congress overrides his veto. So they were fighting over this thing to keep us enslaved. And this is Yah pleading for us in the valley of Yehoshaphat. So Congress votes to readmit representatives from Tennessee after that state's ratification of the 14th Amendment. A race riot occurs in New Orleans. This is in 1866. And so ratification of the 14th Amendment. So as you can tell, Congress was always fighting against us. There was a battle back then, fighting against if we should be free or if we should be enslaved, So a race riot occurs in New Orleans. So in August to September 1866, President Johnson, joined by key administration figures, embarked on a speaking tour called the Swing Around the Circle. The president is trying to build support for the election that fall on politicians sympathetic to his policies. So he imprudently, if sarcastically, suggests the execution of leading radical Republicans. This is why they started to replace certain people in Congress and government with those that they choose and elect. So they control the nominees. They control the elections, you see, and who's gonna be elected during the period and season of election. There's a lot of wars and fights that happen around election season because the people want the right to vote for who they want in office to rule them, to govern them. We choose Yahushua HaMashiach, King of Israel, descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the race of David, Judah. So, and sincerely blames Congress for the New Orleans riot. They blame him. No wonder they hit New Orleans with Katrina hurricane, Ahiti 13 earthquakes, tsunamis in Japan. So rumors fly of Johnson's alleged drunkenness. The tour is a public relations fiasco, undermining popular and congressional support for the president. So in fall 1866, the congressional elections are seen as a national referendum on the proposed 14th Amendment, the right to vote and citizenship, surrender your nationality. So Republicans score a major victory, gaining seats to give them over a 2/3 margin quorum in the next Congress, more than enough to override any presidential vetoes. Wow. So in March 1867, Congress passes the first Reconstruction Act. The former Confederacy is divided into 5 military districts under the direction of military officers, the United States Army Corporation, who are supported by federal troops from Great Britain, Englishmen. So military courts can be used to try cases, maritime courts, yellow fringes around your flags, involving civil and property rights violations, as well as criminal trials. So states have to enact new constitutions that grant voting rights to black men. So high-ranking Confederate officials are temporarily barred from political participation, like Ron Paul, John F. Kennedy. They don't want no presidents trying to save black people. They allow Obama to live because he's Muslim, part of the Saharan slave trade. They hate black people, Africans too. Muslims hate Hebrew Israelites, and Muslims hate Christians. I've never really heard of Muslims harming Catholic, because Catholic and Muslims are our enemy. Christians are victims, and Israel are the chosen people of Yah. And everyone else is confused because they're not reading their Bible. They need some new eyeballs or new glasses or something, because it's Israel he chose, the people of the ships, Negroes. So states must ratify the 14th Amendment in order to be represented in Congress. So President Johnson vetoes the bill, but Congress overrides the veto. The southern states, though, refuse to carry out the law. So Congress passes the second Reconstruction Act. It gives the military district commanders directions on holding state constitutional conventions, like the Hague Convention, international community. So the president vetoes the bill, and Congress overrides his action again. There's a war going there in the actual Congress. They've been pirated, taken over, hacked, possessed by a demon. Especially when they ran into aliens and all that other stuff, and started doing what they used to do during the fallen angel times, the descended alien times. trading technology and people and cattle and all this stuff for knowledge, for power and things like that, and sacrifice to Baal. So the president is forced to implement congressional reconstruction, but the Johnson administration interprets it as narrowly as possible. So in July 1867, Congress enacts the Third Reconstruction Act. It affirms the authority of the military district commanders to remove state officials from office. So in fall 1867, the remaining 10 unreconstructed states vote to hold constitutional conventions and thus begin the process of reconstruction, credit, bankruptcy, under the Congressional Military Plan, martial law, executive orders. Matter of fact, Abraham Lincoln was giving executive orders during the time. So at this time, there are 15,000 troops in the South. Only one soldier per 725 inhabitants. So by 1870, the number is down to 6,600, falling further to 3,000 by 1876. So in March 1868, Congress passes the Fourth Reconstruction Act. It allows the proposed state constitutions to be ratified by a simple majority vote in each state. So the House of Representatives impeaches President Andrew Johnson, who had angered Republicans by his interference with and intransigence on Reconstruction policies. So in May 1868, the Senate votes to acquit Johnson. He remains in office but is denied renomination by the Democratic Party. Must have pissed him off. So in June 1868, Congress readmits representatives from 7 states: Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, North Carolina, and South Carolina. So in July 1868, the 14th Amendment is ratified by the requisite number of states and becomes a part of the United States Constitution. It is one of the most consequential additions to the Constitution in American history, because now black votes can affect elections. So the Freedmen's Bureau ceases to exist. So in November 1868, Republican Ulysses S. Grant, hero of the Civil War, is elected president over his Democratic rival Horatio Seymour, the former governor of New York. So in 1869 through 70, Redeemer governments begin to be elected across the South. The majority of white Southern voters replaced the biracial Republican state governments created under Congressional Reconstruction with white-only Democratic state governments, which are sympathetic to the former Confederate cause and opposed to racial equality. In 1869, Tennessee establishes a Redeemer government with Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia following suit in 1870. So in February 1869, Congress passes the proposed 15th Amendment to the United States Constitution. It attempts to shore up the constitutional protection of black voting rights by stipulating that voting rights cannot be denied on the basis of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, which means without prejudice. This destroys prejudice. 13th Amendment destroyed slavery. It should have. And the 14th Amendment gave us the right to choose. So we already had rights before that. So don't think that you have constitutional rights, although you are under a constitutional heathenistic system. So the laws of the heathen ain't our buckler and shield. The laws and statutes of Yah is. So a lot of people strayed away by these times. 500 years plus of slavery, eh? So it also gives Congress the enforcement and authority through appropriate legislation. So in April 1869, the United States Supreme Court announces its decision in Texas vs. White, upholding the constitutionality of congressional reconstruction. So in a 5-3 decision, Chief Justice Salmon Chase declares that the Union is composed of indestructible states, thus making secession illegal, that although Texas had never left the Union, it no longer had a legitimate state government, and Congress has the authority to restore a republican government to the state. So in early 1870, Congress votes to admit representatives from the remaining 3 unreconstructed states, Mississippi, Texas, and Virginia. So in March 1870, the 15th Amendment is adopted by the requisite number of states and becomes part of the Constitution. In May 1870, Congress enacts the first Enforcement Act to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments, which made us slaves. So the law makes the bribing, intimidation, or racial discrimination of voters into federal crimes. Racism, discrimination, prejudice. We thought we're gaining civil rights. So the statute also strengthens federal authority against anti-black groups like the Ku Klux Klan by outlawing conspiracies aimed at preventing the exercise of constitutional rights by that time. So in February 1871, Congress passes the Second Enforcement Act, authorizing federal supervision of the congressional elections in cities with populations exceeding 20,000. So the South was largely unaffected by this law, however, since there were few cities of that size in the region. So in April 1871, in response to President Grant's request for more federal authority to combat anti-black violence in the South, Congress enacts the Ku Klux Klan Act. It grants the federal government the authority to punish the denial of equal protection or privileges and immunities. In addition, the statute bestows on the president the power to suspend habeas corpus and to use the military against any anti-civil rights conspiracies, whatever that meant. So in October 1871, President Grant, acting under the authority of the Ku Klux Klan Act, imposes martial law and suspends the writ of habeas corpus in South Carolina, which means they cannot get a second chance in court. Then they didn't have to get a jury trial or see a judge before being in prison. They can be in prison indefinitely without ever seeing a judge and without getting a second chance to be heard, a habeas corpus. So in November 1872, President Grant wins re-election against his Democratic/liberal Republican opponent, New York Tribune editor Horace Greeley. So in 1873, a Redeemer government is elected in Texas. Fall 1874, Democrats win control of both houses of Congress for the first time since before the Civil War. So Redeemer governments win control in Arkansas and Alabama. So in March 1875, the outgoing Republican Congress enacts the Civil Rights Act of 1875. Long advocated by Senator Charles Sumner, who died shortly before its passage. It outlaws racial segregation in all public accommodations regulated by law, such as hotels, theaters, steamships, and railroads. Not the bus yet. So the United States Supreme Court will rule the law unconstitutional in 1883. They put black laws in that too. And racial segregation meant us being holy, set apart. Now we had mingled with the enemy, intermarried into their society and their their traditions. The good old American spirit, eh? How about them gators? So in 1875, a Redeemer government is elected in Mississippi. So in November 1876, Samuel Tilden, the Democratic presidential nominee, wins a narrow majority of the popular vote against Rutherford Hayes, the Republican nominee. So the electoral votes in three states, South Carolina, Florida, are disputed. So they are the only southern states left with federal troops stationed there under Reconstruction policy. So a partisan electoral commission is appointed by Congress to settle the controversy. On a party line vote, it gives all the disputed electoral votes to Hayes, making him president. After his inauguration, President Hayes, like a ketchup name, removes the final, that's Heinz actually, Hayes is something else, clothing I think, removes the final federal troops from the three states. So in 1877, after his inauguration, President Hayes removes the remaining federal troops in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana from political duty guarding the state houses. So Redeemer government, secret services and stuff. So Redeemer governments assume power in South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana. Reconstruction is formally ended. So alright, let's get this part 2. Reparation time. So now this is where repairing period was supposed to come in, but we never got these things. We're still fighting for it till today. Let me see where we're at on time. Alright. Alright, and we'll check this out in next part. Let me see what we have right here. So we got a few little simple things that we go. Oh yeah, the Olmecs and stuff. I'm gonna talk about them too. The Olmec. Let me see. Oh yeah, these Mexico. So we're gonna get into that too and stuff like that. How some of our people got up there. Man, I truly hope you guys are enjoying this video. I know it's pretty lengthy, but we gotta, learn what we gotta learn about who we are. So reparation period. So when January 16, 1865, William Sherman issues Special Field Order number 15 with the War Department's okay, which set aside land along the Georgia and South Carolina coast for black settlement. I'll do that later, buddy. That would have been messed up if I hit restart. But each family is to receive 40 acres. Oh yeah, and the mule thing. And sometimes the loan of army mules. It was later rescinded. They had canceled that. So it was this man who did that. So we're trying to get reparations. So in 1865, Congress passes a bill establishing the Freedmen's Bureau to oversee the transition of blacks from slavery to freedom. The Bureau controls 850,000 acres of abandoned and confiscated land. So in 1866 and 1867, Representative Thaddeus Stevens introduces reparations bills in 1866 and 1867. Both houses of Congress approve a bill for reparations, but Andrew Johnson vetoes it. In 1915, Cornelius Jones sues the United States government, arguing that it had profited from slave labor through a federal tax on cotton, since the slaves had never been paid. Jones calculates that they were owed $68 million, but Jones loses his suit. He didn't lose it, but they didn't want to give justice. So in 1963, in Martin Luther King Jr.'s book, Why We Can't Wait, King writes that while no amount of gold could provide adequate compensation for the exploitation of the Negro in America down through the centuries, a price could be placed on unpaid wages. Unpaid wages, what you did work for. But you can't really get reparation. This dude is talking dumb gibberish pretty much. So in 1963, Ray Jenkins, a Detroit activist, takes up the reparations battle and forms a one-man organization called Slave Labor Annuity Pay. He distributes leaflets, makes speeches, sends letters to black organizations and personalities. He becomes known as the father of the modern black reparations movement. So in 1964, Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title 7 prohibits employment discrimination based on race, sex, national origin, or religion. Title 6 prohibits public access discrimination leading to school desegregation. Title 8 is the original federal fair housing law, later amended in 1988. So we have access to public records and things like that, school, everything. They can't discriminate at work, at school, or nothing. So we started to get a little bit of rights back, but it was making us believe that they are a savior and gods at the same time, and that maybe this system can work. So it was a mind control, conditioning over years. Our ancestors would have still been trying to kill him. So in 1969, we've been quenched. So James Foreman, Director of International Affairs with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, interrupts a service at New York City's Riverside Church to deliver his Black Manifesto demanding $500 million in reparations from white synagogues and churches. In 1989, white synagogues of Satan, them Jews, and the churches, Christian Catholics. So in 1989, Conyers first introduces a bill that would establish a commission to examine slavery and its lingering effects on African Americans in contemporary United States society. He has introduced legislation to examine the lingering effects of slavery and the case for reparations in every congressional session since 1989. In every session, the bill has failed to win a hearing, and they did not want to hear us. So in 1991, Civil Rights Act 1991 adds provisions to the Title 7 protections, including right to jury trial. I believe is 6th Amendment. So in 1995, House of Representatives Bill 891, which calls for a reparation study commission, is introduced in the 104th Congress by John Conyers and former Representative Norm Mineta. So in 1995, after being sued by descendants of African slaves for a number of kinds of damages, the Ninth Circuit affirms that the Federal Tort Claims Act, which waives the government's sovereign immunity, because they become 14 and 15 Amendment servants in some situations, but retains it in others, bars such suits. Wow. So they barred us from suing them for that stuff. So in June, President Clinton launches what he says will be a great and unprecedented conversation about race that will transform the problem of prejudice into the promise of unity. That's not what we want. That's one world order unity. So the conversation falls short of its expectations for many and ends up becoming a forum for black grievances, just to express yourself and vent and all that. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton is behind all that. Same people who went and occupied Haiti, where many Israelites and Negroes are at. So in 1997, during his trip to Africa, President Clinton says, going back to the time before we were even a nation, European Americans received the fruits of the slave trade, and we were wrong in that. This is the closest the American government has come to an apology. Wow, Bill Clinton. They put a chip in them now. So in 1997, President Clinton apologizes, and the United States government pays $10 million to the black survivors and family members victimized by the syphilis experiment conducted in the 1930s by the United States Public Health Service. That caused all that. That's why in jail they ask you, questions about syphilis and things like that. So in January 6, 1999, Representative John Conyers introduces the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. And we never technically been freed all the way, although all that was occurring. It's alright. This should be pretty quick too. Hold on. Get this too. Alright. So we're gonna go over another timeline again. If y'all want to, y'all can get this in here, man. I want to get it in now, so next time we come, I can start off with the Abraham Lincoln emancipation thing, and then go from there. Then we talk about some of the other people of Israel that was brought into other locations and stuff like that, and what they went through those places. Hallelujah. Take a nice look at this. A nice long look. How can you know who you are? How do you know? And we're not necessarily African or from these tribes, but they participated, or we were taken from that location, that land. And what we just read. All right. So slavery timeline, the 1400s to 1500. I'll simplify this later and put this together well. So a what was that? What just happened? Let's see. One second, everyone. Gotta get this on point. Maybe I should have just got it like this. Let me try it this way instead. Alright. Back, come on. Hold on 1 second, everyone. I gotta get this on point. Come on, baby. You're taking too long. Alright. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and read. So, this page contains a detailed timeline of the main historical, literary, and cultural events connected with British slavery, abolition, and emancipation between the 1400s and 1500s. It also includes references to the most significant events taking place outside of the British zone of influence in the 15th century that was most of the world, as well as some key events in the history of European exploration and colonization. So let's see if this thing working. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So let's go down. So before 1400, slavery had existed in Europe from the Moors from classical times and did not disappear with the collapse of the Roman Empire in Europe throughout the early medieval period. However, slavery of the classical type became increasingly uncommon in Northern Europe, and by the 11th and 12th centuries economy and trade across the Mediterranean and the Atlantic seaboard meant that African slaves began to appear in Italy, Spain, southern France, and Portugal well before the discovery of the New World in 1492. So classical slavery, as we know about before. So from about the 8th century onwards, an Arab-run slave trade also flourished. So with much of this activity taking place in East Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean, near India and all that, and near Ethiopia, in the Garden of Eden. So in addition, many African societies themselves had forms of slavery. Although these differed considerably, it was nothing like this. So both from each other and from the European and Arabic forms. So although various forms of unfree labor were prevalent in Europe throughout its history, historians refer to cattle slavery, these to be brought and sold, like the scripture said, rather than domestic servants or agricultural workers. So cattle slavery is the characteristic form of slavery in the modern world. The birth certificate is a cattle record. Chronology, cattle paper, and this chronology is concerned primarily with this form. So in 1441, start of European slave trading in Africa, the Portuguese captains Antaio Goncalves and Nuno Trestallo captured 12 Africans in Cabo Branco, modern-day Mauritania, and take them to Portugal as slaves. So Portuguese were the first one to do this in general. This was part of Ghana, I believe. So in 1444, Lancarote de Freitas, a tax collector from the Portuguese town of Lagos, forms a company to trade with Africa. So on the 8th day of August 1444, de Freitas lands 235 kidnapped and enslaved Africans in Lagos, the first large group of African slaves brought to Europe. So the Portuguese began all this. So in 1452, start of the sugar slave complex. Sugar is first planted in the Portuguese island of Madeira, and for the first time African slaves are put to work on the sugar plantations. In the 18th day of June 1452, Pope Nicholas V issues Diversas, a bull authorizing the Portuguese to reduce any non-Christians to the status of slaves. Wow. So people probably felt like they would be slaves through Portuguese Christianity. So in 1454, the 8th day of January, Pope Nicholas V issues Romanos Pontifex, a bull granting the Portuguese a perpetual monopoly and trade with Africa. Nevertheless, Spanish traders begin to bring slaves from Africa to Spain. Now the Spanish were second. So in 1461, the first of the Portuguese trading forts, the castle of Arguin, modern Mauritania, is completed. That's why they started to call it the Gold Coast, probably children of Golden. So in 1462, the Portuguese colony on the Cape Verde Islands is founded, an important way station in the slave trade. So in 1462, Portuguese slave traders start to operate in Seville, which they used to call Spain. So in the 1470s, despite PayPal, the Roman PayPal opposition, Spanish merchants begin to trade in large numbers of slaves in the 1470s. So Carlos de Valera of Castile in Spain brings back 400 slaves from Africa. So in 1481, a Portuguese embassy to the court of King Edward IV of England concludes with the English government agreeing not to enter the slave trade against the wishes of many English traders. A Portuguese embassy to the court of King Edward IV of England concludes with the English government agreeing not to enter the slave trade against the wishes of many English traders. So in 1481 through 86, Diogo da Azambuja builds the castle at Elmina, modern Ghana, which was to become the most substantial and the most notorious of the slave trading forts in West Africa. Ports. So in 1483, Diogo Cao discovers the Congo River, but that was already inhabited by the people of Congo. How does he discover it? They have a thing of discovering things that are already inhabited. What the hell? So the region is later a major source of slaves in Congo. So in 1485, Diogo Cao makes contact with the nation of Congo and visits its capital, Mabanza, Congo. He establishes relations between Portugal and Congo, and they even kind of started working with him. So in 1486, João Afonso Aveiro makes contact with the kingdom in the city of Benin. That's just 1 year after the other. So in 1486, Portuguese settled the West African island of Sao Tome This uninhabited West African island is planted with sugar and populated by African slaves by the Portuguese. The settlement thus extended and developed the sugar slave complex that had been initiated in Madeira. Madeira. Since 1487 to 88, Bartolomeo Diaz rounds the Cape of Good Hope and explores the Indian Ocean and the East African coast. That's where the Ethiopians and them are at. So on the second day of January 1492, the Moorish town of Granada surrenders to the Spanish forces of the Catholic kings, Ferdinand and Isabella, marking the end of La Conquista, the war between Moors and Spaniards in the Iberian Peninsula. La Reconquista. So both sides retained many slaves taken during the course of the war. Taking slaves, fighting over them, probably over African territories. So on the 12th day of October 1492, Christopher Columbus becomes the first European since the Viking era to discover the New World. He didn't discover nothing, you see what I'm saying? So setting foot on an unidentified island he named San Salvador, modern Bahamas. So in 1493, the 3rd day of November 1493, on his second voyage, Columbus again reaches the New World, modern Dominica, which is Haiti today. So on his second voyage. So on this voyage, he initiates the first transatlantic slave voyage, this time. A shipment of several hundred Taino people sent from Hispaniola, Little Spain, to Big Spain. So there are doubts about the legality of their enslavement in Spain. So in the 8th day of December 1493, Columbus founds the first European colony in the New World, La Isabela, on the island of Hispaniola, modern Dominican Republic. In those places. And Christopher Columbus was Spaniard. So in 1496, June 8th, 1496, Columbus returns from his second voyage, carrying around 30 Native American slaves, Taino Indian slaves. They were Taino tribe, Arawak language slaves, not American. So once again, there are doubts about the legality of their enslavement. So in 1497, the 24th day of June, 1497, because a lot of these Indians were warriors. They was an honor to die. So they fought, a lot committed suicide, a lot rebelled, but a lot did submit, a lot did work with the white man, or a lot did pair with the Africans to rebel. So they were kind of like a neutral type of people in the middle. And they were being killed by the Caribs, from the Caribbeans, like California, Carifuna. They were being killed a lot by them people, but they were Arawak descendants as well. And I believe they have a Hamite African lineage, not a Japhetic one, pathetic one. So on the 24th day of June, 1497, John Cabot, an Italian sponsored by King Henry VII of England, makes landfall on the northern tip of the island of Newfoundland, modern day Canada, Newfoundland. This discovery became the basis of subsequent English claims to North America, because King Henry VII of England. So in 1499, more than 200 slaves taken from the northern coast of South America, which were Taino, Carib, Arawak, by Amerigo Vespucci and Alonso de Ojeda and sold apparently without legal problems in Cadiz. Sounds Italian. So in the 1500s, in April 22nd, Pedro Cabral of Portugal discovers Brazil. It's a lie. So these are the people who first landed to those places. Landing at Porto Seguro, Porto Seguro, southern Bahia. Bahia, that reminds me of Bujio. So let's continue on. We're almost done for the day. Let me see. So you've seen that. So that particular branch was from the 1400s to 1500s. So we passed all that. We passed the 1500s. Now we need to get to 1501 to 1600. Okay, there we go. And this goes down to, let me see. Hold on, we're almost done. Thank you so much for your patience on the video, y'all. I truly hope you guys are enjoying it. Obviously, there's a lot of things about history that they're just not telling us. And it's very important for us. This is up to the 1600s, and after that I'm gonna continue from there. Put that there real quick. Okay, 1601. Alright, so 1601 to the 1700s. This is the timeline of everything. So let me see. We're gonna continue on from 1601 to the 1800 as well. So up to we might not even go up to 2003 to be honest. But we'll see how that connects in, because I know that the World Trade Center and all that in 2000 and 2001 plays a significant role in this. The world's trading center. And Americans are known for trading Negroes. I wonder what vital information they destroyed in those buildings and the Pentagon that day. The information, they probably put it in the right spot too for it to be destroyed. So in 1502, Juan de Cordoba of Seville becomes the first merchant we can identify to send an African slave to the New World. So Cordoba, like other merchants, is permitted by the Spanish authorities to send only one slave. Others send 2 or 3. So in 1504, a small group of Africans, probably slaves captured from a Portuguese vessel, are brought to the court of King James the Fourth of Scotland. So in 1505, first record of sugar cane being grown in the New World, and Santo Domingo. These are the New World. They're trying to establish their things there. Modern day Dominican Republic in Haiti. In Haiti, actually. So in 1509, Columbus's son Diego, like San Diego, the saint called Diego, Columbus' son Diego Colon becomes governor of the new Spanish Empire in the Caribbean. So they killed the Caribs and the Taino and all that and did their thing from there. So he soon complains that Native American slaves do not work hard enough. The Taino Indians and the Caribs did not work hard enough because they were Carib, Arawak speaking Tainos. Guafina. So in the 22nd day of January 1510, the start of the systematic transportation of African slaves to the New World, King Ferdinand of Spain authorizes a shipment of 50 African slaves to be sent to Santo Domingo. So these were Spanish people. Brought us to Santo Domingo. So in 1513, the second day of April 1513, Juan Ponce de Leon becomes the first European to reach the coast of what is now the United States of America, modern-day Florida. So in 1516, the governor of Cuba, Diego Velazquez, authorizes slave raiding expeditions to Central America. One group of slaves aboard a Spanish caravel rebelled and killed the Spanish crew before sailing home. The first successful slave rebellion recorded in the New World. Wow. So in 1516, in his book Utopia, Sir Thomas More argues that his ideal society would have slaves, but they would not be non-combatant prisoners of war, slaves by birth, or purchases from foreign slave markets. Rather, they would be local convicts or condemned criminals from other countries who are acquired in large numbers, sometimes for a small payment, but usually for nothing. Trans Paul Turner Penguin, 1965, in his book Utopia, Ethiopia. So on the 18th day of August 1518, in a significant escalation of the slave trade, Charles V grants his Flemish courtier Lorenzo de Correvod permission to import 4,000 African slaves into New Spain, Hispaniola. So they're trying to rebuild things down here in the south. From this point onwards, toward thousands of slaves are sent to the New World each year by 1518. So the 1500s is when it really picked up momentum. So in 1519, the 20th day of September 1519, the circumnavigation expedition of Ferdinand Magellan set out from San Lucar de Barrameda. In December 1520, Magellan discovered the ocean which he named the Pacific. Magellan died in the Philippines, the 27th day of April 1521. Only one of the 5 ships set out returned to Spain on the 8th day of September 1522. So in the 13th day of August 1521, when the capture of King King Cuauhtemotzin by Hernan Cortez, and the fall of the city of Mexico, the Aztec Empire is overthrown, and Mexico comes under Spanish rule. That's why those Mexicans, they are not us, and the Aztecs were Taino. You see, they were all Taino Arawak people, and the Spanish mixed with them. Now you got Mexicans. So in 1522, a major slave rebellion breaks out on the island of Hispaniola. This is the first significant uprising of African slaves as a whole. After this, slave resistance becomes widespread and uprisings common. Hispaniola and Ahiti. So in 1524, 300 African slaves taken to Cuba to work in the gold mines. So in 1526, the Hieronymus Cieler and Heinrich Ehinger of Constance become the first Germans we know to have become involved in the slave trade. 1526, even Germans had a hand on us. The Ashkenazis, children of Javan. So in 1527, earliest records of sugar production in Jamaica, later a major sugar producing region of the British Empire. So sugar production is rapidly expanding throughout the Caribbean, the islands of the Tainos region at this time, with the mills almost exclusively worked by African slaves. You don't hear much about Indians much anymore around there. So in 1528, November 1528, a slave called Esteban or Estevanico becomes the first African slave to step foot on what is now the United States of America. He was one of only four survivors of Panfilo de Narvaez's failed expedition to Florida, Haiti. So he and the other three took 8 years to walk to the Spanish colony in Mexico. So after their return in 1536, the group's leader, Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, published an account of their journey through modern Texas and Mexico. Wow. So there were four survivors, one went into Florida, and the other three took 8 years to walk to the Spanish colony in Mexico. Because the Spanish took over there too. Spanish people are devils. So in 1530, Juan de la Barrera, a Seville merchant, begins transporting slaves directly from Africa to the New World. Before this, slaves had normally passed through Europe first. The triangular trade. So his lead is quickly followed by other slave traders. So in 1532, William Hawkins of Plymouth becomes the first English mariner to visit the coast of Africa, although he does not take part in slave trading. So on the 22nd day of January 1532, Martim Afonso de Souza founds the first Portuguese colony in Brazil at Sao Vicente. Sugar production begins almost immediately. Put them to work. We need to get some workers here, man. Get some, So on the 15th day of November 1532, Francisco Pizarro massacres the Incas at Casamaica, modern Caxamarca, and captures King Atahualpa, an event that marks the Spanish conquest of Peru, of the Incas. They even wiped out the Aztecs. These were all indigenous races on this earth. So in 15, and they all had different names. They weren't generalized as Taino, all of them, although they were indigenous. So in 1539, the 30th day of May, 1539, Hernando de Soto, following reports from Cabeza de Vaca, lands on the coast of Florida. Of about 1,200 men in his expedition, and remember, Moors were in Spain too, so don't believe that they did not help too. Some did, and some actually got exported from Spain. So around 50 were African slaves out of 1,200 men in his expedition. So after exploring modern Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, and South Carolina, the expedition ended in disaster, like the Titanic. So in 1541, September 1541, on his third voyage to Canada, Jacques Cartier establishes the first French colony in the New World as Charles Bourg-Royal, close to modern Quebec. So they took over Canada. That's why I speak French there, and it's mixed with Spanish, and it makes a form of Creole eventually, if not like French. So in 1555, the Portuguese sailor Fernão de Oliveira and Arte de Gora no Mar, The Art of War at Sea, denounces the slave trade as an evil trade. The book anticipates many of the arguments made by abolitionists in the 18th and 19th centuries. So in 1555, Queen Mary of England, under pressure from the Spanish, forbids English involvement in Guinea. Wow. So they're casting lots for his people, rolling dice about who's going to get it, fighting over our land like today. So in July 1555, a small group of Africans from Shama, modern Ghana, to listen, like Shama-Iwan, described as slaves, are brought to London by John Locke, a London merchant hoping to break into the African trade, trying to make a name for himself and his family. So in the 10th day of November 1555, a group of Norman and Breton sailors under the command of Nicolas de Villegagnon found the first French colony in South America. So the French were all there too, and this was don't say that what group he from. So the settlement close to modern Rio de Janeiro in Brazil is named La France Antarctique. La France Antarctique. And these are all parts of the New World Order. So in 1556, the Italian city of Genoa tries to prevent trading in slaves, not for any humanitarian reasons, but only in an attempt to reduce the numbers of Africans in the city. So in 1556, Domingo de Soto and Justicia et de Jeux Libres, the 10 books on justice and law, de Jeux Libres, argues that it is wrong to keep in slavery any person who was born free. So in 1562, October, John Hawkins of Plymouth becomes the first English sailor that we know about to have obtained African slaves. John Hawkins. Approximately 300 of them in Sierra Leone, for sale in the West Indies, the New World. So Hawkins traded the slaves illegally with Spanish colonies. But the trip was profitable and others followed John Hawkins. These contributed to increasing tensions between England and Spain. As well as initiating the English slave trade, Hawkins also introduced both the potato and tobacco to England. So now England's starting to get involved in this after the Portuguese and Spanish. So in 1569, a Sevillian Dominican, Tomás de Mercado, publishes Tratos y Contratos de Mercaderes, practices and contracts of merchants, which attacks the way the slave trade is conducted. So in 1571, the Parliament of Bordeaux sets all slaves, blacks and Moors, or blackamoors, in the town free, declaring slavery illegal in France. So Moors were also in France, in Spain, all up in England actually. I don't know how they fell. So in 1573, a Spanish-Mexican lawyer, Bartolomé Frias de Albornoz, publishes Arte de los Contratos, the art of contracts, which cast doubt on the legality of the slave trade, because it's got to be contractual based, merchant law. So in 1575, the 20th day of February, Paulo Diaz de Novaes founds the Portuguese colony of Sao Paulo de Luanda on the African mainland, modern Angola. So the colony soon became a major slave trading port, supplying the vast Brazilian market. So a lot of people in Brazil is possibly from Angola. So in 1577, the 13th day of December 1577, Sire Francis Drake sets out from Plymouth on his circumnavigation of the globe. Returns the 26th day of September 1580. This 3 years later. So in 1579, January 29th, with the Union of Utrecht, the northern provinces of the Low Countries unite to create a Calvinist republic free from Spanish rule. So the United Provinces, modern Netherlands, soon becomes an important slave trading nation and an aspiring colonial power. So in 1580, following the death of King Henry of Portugal and a short campaign by the Duke of Alva, Spain and Portugal are united under Philip II of Spain. Spain thus becomes the most important colonial power and the largest participant in the slave trade. So on July 27th, 1585, the first English colony in the New World is established at Roanoke Island, modern North Carolina, organized by Sir Walter Raleigh and governed by Ralph Lane. It was not successful, and the colonists withdrew in 1586 June. So on the 16th day of November 1585, in the first of a series of attacks on Spanish colonial interests, Sir Francis Drake sacks the slave trading settlement of Santiago in the Cape Verde Islands. So in 1586, January 11th, Sir Francis Drake sacks the Spanish colony of Santo Domingo, modern Dominican Republic. He goes on to sack Cartagena, modern Colombia, and St. Augustine, modern Florida. So these acts of piracy are among the factors that precipitate war between England and Spain, the English and the Spanish, because they had interest in the land. So in 1587, July 23rd, a second English colony is founded at Roanoke Island, again organized by Sir Walter Raleigh. When it is revisited by English ships in August 1590, it has vanished without trace. Wow. So in 1588, July through September, the failure of the Spanish Armada, an intended Spanish invasion of England, largely destroyed by bad weather, provides a boost for English maritime power, military power, and for English colonial ambitions, although the boost may have been more psychological than actual. So in 1592, Bernard Eriks becomes the first Dutch slave trader. Now the Dutch is involved. And wherever these people be, a lot of our people are there because they brought our stuff, substance, and people to their lands. So in 1594, L'Espérance of La Rochelle becomes the first French ship positively identified as participating in the slave trade. However, French merchants have been involved in small-scale slave trading since the 1540s. So in 1595, in a pattern that was to be adhered to for several decades, Philip II of Spain grants Pedro Gomez Reynal, a Portuguese merchant, a near monopoly in the slave trade. So a Portuguese merchant and a Spanish granting them rights. So Reynal agrees to provide Spanish America with 4,250 African slaves annually, with a further 1,000 slaves being provided by other merchants. So this was a big trade. This was a baby boom type of thing. So in 1596, July 11th, Queen Elizabeth I of England sends a letter complaining that there are of late diverse black Moors brought into this realm, of which kindly of people there are already here to many. I don't know what they talking about. There are already here to many. Her Majesty's pleasure, therefore, is that those kind of people should be sent forth of the land. So Queen Elizabeth I had commanded that blackamoors, which are Arabian, Saharan type of people, be exported out of Spain or out of England. Out of England. So complaining that there are a lot diverse black Moors brought into this realm, this region, of which kind of people there are already here in Mani, mainly or something. So they were already here. They were already there. So Her Majesty's pleasure, therefore, is that those kind of people should be sent forth out of the land. So to deport blackamoors from Spain or Europe into the Americas and things like that too, even possibly Haiti. So accordingly, a group of slaves were rounded up and given to a German slave trader, Caspar van Senden, in payment for duties he had performed. On credit. So in 1597, Francis Bacon writes on plantations, which becomes an important early text of British colonial discourse. So in the 1600s, Pedro Gomez Reynal dies. The Spanish slave trading monopoly is passed to João Rodrigues Coutinho. Is where these names come from. Governor of Angola during that time. So in the 1600s also, King Philip III of Spain outlaws the use of Native American slaves in Spanish colonies. So the Indians became freed. So in 1601, the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, build their first sugar mill in Brazil. In 1604, Shakespeare's play Othello, the Moor of Venice, first performed. So Shakespeare was black, he was a Moor. Othello, the Moor of Venice. So the play features the figure of Othello, an African general, now working for Venice, who has previously suffered enslavement. So the Moors became enslaved too after they helped making us slaves. So on the 14th day of May, 1607, Jamestown, the first permanent British colony in North America, is founded in modern Virginia. The first permanent British colony is in Virginia. They used to call it the Virginia Corporation. So in 1611, November, Shakespeare's play, The Tempest, first performed. The play includes the figures of Caliban and Ariel, both enslaved. So in 1612, so we came with poetry as well. So in 1612, the first permanent, although non-official British colony is founded in Bermuda, like Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Triangle they call it. So in 1613, Lorenzo Pignoria publishes De Civis et Orum apud Veteres Ministeris, A History of Slavery in Classical Rome. On the 23rd day of November 1614, Bermuda colony becomes a crown possession. So in 1617, first records of slaves in Bermuda. So in 1621, on June 3rd, Dutch West India Company chartered and granted a monopoly to trade in the Caribbean. Dutch slave traders had been operating with varying degrees of success since about 1600, like the Dutch master, the Phillies. So in 1624, January 28, Thomas Warner founds the first British colony in St. Christopher, now known as St. Kitts. So in 1625, foundation of the Danish West India Company. Man of Dan, Danish West India Company. So on the 14th day of May 1625, Captain John Powell lands on Barbados and claims the island for King James I. So it's in 1627, a Spanish-Peruvian Jesuit, Alonso de Sandoval, publishes Naturaleza, Policia, Costumbres y Ritos, Disciplina y Cateximo Evangelico de Todos Etiopes. Wow. The natural Spanish-Peruvian Jesuit. So the natural, wow, so they didn't come with Jesus. So the natural policy, customs and rituals, disciplines and gospel catechism of all Ethiopians, which argues that slavery combines all the world's evils. Wow. So on the 17th day of February 1627, Henry Powell, John Powell's brother, along with 80 British settlers and 10 African slaves, found a colony on Barbados at Jamestown, modern Howe Town. So in 1632, Montserrat, originally claimed by Christopher Columbus for Spain, in 1493 falls under English control, although they may have been earlier small English settlements. So in 1635, foundation of the French Compagnie des Îles de l'Amérique, Company of the Isles of America. So the organization is not a financial success and is restructured in 1642. So in 1644, on the 25th day of February, a group of 11 enslaved people in New Amsterdam, modern-day New York, successfully petitioned the government there in what is the first group manumission in a North American colony. So in 1647, foundation of the Swedish African Company. The Swedish African Company. So Sweden is in it too. So in 1651, first written mention of slaves being imported into Montserrat. So on May 1655, British forces under the control of Admiral Sir William Penn take control of Jamaica. In 1657, Richard Ligon publishes a true and exact histoire of the island of Barbados in London. The book contained one of the first detailed descriptions of a British slave plantation and gave rise to the story of Inco and Jericho. Wow. Jericho. So in 1657, George Fox, the Quaker leader, writes a letter to friends beyond sea that have blacks and Indian slaves. This is the first letter written by a Quaker, expressing some doubts about slavery in the New World. So in 1660, the newly restored King Charles II of England charters the Royal Adventurers into Africa, the first English state-sponsored slave trading company. Hold on, pardon. Alright, got it. So in 1664, the financially troubled French Company of the Isles of America is replaced by the Compagnie des Indes Occidentales, West India Company. This survives for less than 10 years. So in 1671, a group of Quakers, including George Fox and William Edmondson, visit Barbados and appear to have come into conflict with the Barbadian plantocracy for suggesting that slave owners should treat their slaves with humanity and attempt to convert them to Christianity. Wow. So in 1672, the financially troubled Royal Adventures into Africa, founded in 1660, is restructured and given a new charter as the Royal African Company. The company remains England's major slave trading organization into the 1730s. So in 1673, the Puritan Richard Baxter publishes anti-slavery material in a Christian directory, or a sum of practical theology in cases of conscience, London 1673. Reminds me of the Nicene Council. So in 1673, the financially troubled French West India Company is replaced by the Compagnie de Sénégal, the Senegal Company, which had been renamed a couple of times. Under various name changes, this remains the main French slave trading company into the 1720s. So in 1676, the Quaker George Fox publishes Gospel Family Order, being a short discourse concerning the ordering of families both of whites, blacks, and Indians, which urged Quakers or Quakers in America to treat their slaves humanely. So the book, although published in London, appears to have been based on a sermon he delivered in Barbados in 1671. So he called these things like sermons. So 1676 still. So the Quaker Alice Kerwin visits Barbados, and in a letter to the slave-holding Barbadian friend Martha Taverner, becomes the first Quaker to unambiguously denounce slavery. Wow. So in 1680, the Anglican Morgan Goodwin publishes the Negroes and Indians Advocate, suing for their admission into the church. London 1680. On the 4th day of March 1681, Pennsylvania colony, later to become a center of anti-slavery thought, was founded by a grant to William Penn by King Charles II. So we can skip some of these. I don't really care about some of that. So in 1684 in London, Thomas Tyrone publishes 2 tracts on slavery, the Negroes' complaint of their hard servitude and the cruelties practiced upon them, in a discourse and way of dialogue between an Ethiopian or Negro slave and a Christian that was his master in America. So these appeared as parts 2 and 3 of Friendly Advice to the Gentlemen Planters of the East and West Indies, London 1684. Throw in the sickle. We're right. So let me see. All right, that's cool. These are books technically. So there was a lot of abolitionists, people against this stuff, slavery. So we don't really need that. So in July 1698, 5 ships of the Company of Scotland for trading to Africa set sail from Leyte to found a colony in Darien, modern Panama. The venture was a disaster with the death of most of the colonists. That's what they get. Alright, so let me see. So Joseph Jekyll. So let's just skip around. Alright, so 19 to 1800s. So we're near the end technically. I'm not gonna go probably through the rest because I think we learned a lot about what happened in that area. Let's continue on though and see what happens here. So boom. So in 1807, February 23rd, British Parliament votes to abolish the trade in slaves. So, as you know, September 22nd, 1862, Emancipation Proclamation issued by United States President Abraham Lincoln. In 1863, January 1st, 1863, United States Emancipation Proclamation comes into full force. In January 31st, 1865, 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States proposed. The amendment stated that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted through due process of law, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So in the 6th day of December 1865, ratification of 13th Amendment completed. Let me save this real quick. So we're near the end. So right here, in December 10th, December 10th, 1948, General Assembly of the United Nations, or the Nations United, adopts Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 4 states no one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. They call this the DRIP Act. Declarations of indigenous people's rights, something along that line. So that pretty much concludes that. Well, I'll see you guys in the next video, part number 8. Thank you for your patience and sticking with me until this time. I do truly hope you guys have a wonderful day. Stay encouraged, keep your eye open, and block y'all. Hallelujah.